All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It is time to jump back into the Idaho 4 case and check out some new documents. And I want to review another video that was put out in regards to some DNA. Of course, we have an open panel. We're going to talk about it and see what everybody thinks tonight. So, again, thank you all for joining us tonight and taking some time out of your evening to spend it with us. That being said, it is time to get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. And welcome back. Again, welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. And I hope you're all having a great day. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your evening, like I said, to drop in here and hang out with us as we review something we're going to look into and check out the new documents dropped and just have a general conversation about what's going on now within the Idaho 4 case. Of course, with an open panel, so we can hear everybody's thoughts and feelings on this as well. So thank you guys for joining us tonight. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, sit down and have a conversation with me. Guys, please hit the like button as you come through the door. If you would, please share this out any which way you want to. I appreciate it all so very much. Come on in. Let's see here. I don't know if we'll be joined by Mom tonight, but she does have her option as always. It's always nice to have company, but sometimes you just gotta do it all on your own. You know. Come on. Let's see who we got in here so far tonight. Right out of the gate, Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good evening to you. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, dear. Christy Nevada, welcome back to you. Leslie and Billy, same to you. In Stitches in the house. Good to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house tonight with us. The Tomboy with Charms in the house as well. Good to see you. Miss Kel, welcome back to you. Donald D. Nice in the house too. Miss Rowe, hello and welcome to you. And there she is. Hello, Mom. Good to see you. And you got a link in Discord, Mom, if you want it. If not, no worries at all. Thank you, Brandy, for that. Thank you to anybody that chooses to support this channel via the Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App links. God knows we definitely appreciate it, guys. It helps to keep the bills paid, to keep me doing this, but we never, ever expect it, folks. So thank you for that. Let's see. Mark and Betty, good morning to you from over the pond. Good to see you. Mystic Butterfly, welcome back to you. Midwest, you as well. I think Midwest has a little Dagoversary going on here. Let me see. Hold on here. Up we go. Scrolling up. SR BBBBBBB. Good to see you, dear. Miss Bonnie Bailey, wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us tonight. Kat K, welcome back to you. Great to see you. The last 24's in the house, guys. New channel here. We need to check it out. We need to drop the link for the last 24, if you will. That is none other than my brother, your brother, our friend Mikey, on the mic in the house with his new channel he's starting up. Please go check that channel out, like it, subscribe, share it out if you will. Please, please, and thank you, please. Midwest, good to see you tonight, dear. Excuse me. There it is, right there. Midwest, congratulations, happy day anniversary on 2 months. It is so great to have you as this community, part of this community, and thank you so much for joining us tonight. Again, happy day anniversary to you. Sorry, Mom, I swore I dropped it, but it must have been the old one. It's all right. There you go, ma'am. Again, congrats, Midwest, and thank you for being part of this community. We do appreciate you so very much. Shelly Steer, long time no see. Wonderful to have you back in the house. Thank you for joining us. Awesome to see you tonight. Let's see. Miss Cat K. Yes, I did see you. Or Ganja Girl, aka Jen. Welcome back to you. Good to see you, and congrats on your new membership into the sauce, Ganja. We appreciate you very much. Cryptic Trick. Welcome back to you. Cryptic Trip. Sorry. Welcome back. Good to see you, Miss Elizabeth Wagner. Wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you for being here. Well, thank you, Shelly. I appreciate that. You thank Miss Molly for that. She put that together, and her and Doodlebug both have put together a lot of the stuff we're using now. Oh, goodness gracious almighty. Kaboom. Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I thought I put the link in it for you, dear.
That's all right. I went in and I was like, oh, where's my link?
I'm a little absent-minded. My apologies.
Link. You're fine. So am I.
But
Welcome to
welcome.
my world.
Oh, I get it. Welcome,
Well, thank
welcome.
you.
It's great to have you here tonight. I hope you're having a good night.
So far, so good.
That is
The night
good.
is still young, though.
Walt Harris, good to see you. Walt says RSV is unaliving me. Oh, you still got that stuff, bud. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I hope you feel better soon. Take care of yourself, bro. That stuff ain't no joke.
That's some nasty stuff.
Especially the version, because typically kids get it. It's not. It didn't used to be just adults didn't typically get RSV, and when they do, it's rough. It's rough. Yes.
Yeah. My daughter in law had it about 2 months ago and she ended up in the hospital.
A lot of people
Like,
are ending up in the
that's some
hospital.
nasty stuff.
Yeah, take care of yourself, Walt. You don't need to be here, sir, if you're not feeling good. If you don't want to be, of course. Just make sure you're taking care of you. That is more important than anything. Thank you for that, SRBBB. And everybody, please make sure to hit that like button when you come through the door, if you would. Nothing, Molly. I just said hello to you. That is all. Molly, 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 Molly. Oh, I was talking about how you uh produced the intros and a lot of the videography stuff that we have. That's all I was saying, dear. Timmy's Legacy's in the house, y'all. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Again, another new channel that we really need to get people subbed up to because it's going to be a great channel. If you would please drop that link and please, please, everybody subscribe if you would. Still very much appreciated. Shoot, Mom, give me a second. I got to grab more coffee real quick, okay?
Okie dokie. How y'all doing? Well, it's already on Paula. Miss Paula. Did I miss Miss Paula? I was trying to get loaded up. I probably missed a bunch of people. Are y'all excited for this stock drop? I kind of am. Are we going to find out something new? You guys all make sure that you take a second and sub up to the last 24. That's our very own On the Mic Mike. And Timmy's legacy is the Miss Barbara that we all know and love. Mike says, it's been a day, feels like a Monday. I feel that. I've read them all at least twice. Yeah, I miss a lot during the day, like working. I would much rather be here and focused all day.
What tar are you talking about?
I asked them if they were excited about the stock drop, and Tomboy said she's read them at least twice. I got off
I
work.
haven't got a chance.
I went to watch because there was like a bunch of people chattering about the last couple witnesses today for the Lake and Riley case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't even know what to think about that. So I was watching some clips on that and just kind of decompressing and.
Gotcha.
I haven't watched the whole trial.
I haven't even looked at that yet. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Check out our TikTok, folks, if you will. Miss Brady does some really hard work on that thing and does a great job. So please go check it out by clicking that link and follow it if you would, please, and thank you. Steven's Adventure in the house. Good to see you. And again, if we could put, let me see if I can find it here real quick. One momento. Hold on. Let's see. Where are you, Mike? Let me see here. Hold on one moment. Trying to find Mikey's channel so we can get that up here and the link dropped in chat. It's a brand new channel, so it's going to take a minute to dig it out.
One of the girls dropped it a while ago. You can click on its head and I can drop it again.
They dropped Mikey's link? I thought they just dropped
Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I figured they did.
I can grab it, put it on my thingy anyway.
There's Timmy's link I saw. I didn't see Mikey's link. Sorry, ladies. I figured you would, but I just passed over it.
The
My
girls
apologies.
are on top of that.
Oh, they always are. I know. There it is. I see it right there. Thank you, SRBBBBBBBBBBBBB. Yeah, we got to get this link. Put it in the back chat for me real quick.
Mine looks all weird. It doesn't have the like fancy how SRB's is pulling up. I'll put it in there, but it's got that weird UC5J, all that mess in it. You know what I mean? It doesn't have his tag.
Right.
Look.
Can you stick it in the back chat? I see it.
Yeah. Why is it like that?
I don't know.
I swear to y'all, my computer hates me.
Let me see something.
I subscribed.
Yeah, it worked for
Share
me.
this channel.
We got 12 subscribers in there already, guys. Come on now. We can do better than that. I like your avatar, Mike. It looks good. Looks really good, bro. I don't know, Mom. It worked for me. Miss Sherry just dropped it too.
There it goes. Why is it coming up like that? All right, I got the right one now.
Niner over cheek. Oh my goodness gracious. Gerd Irvnin, Miss Cassie. Good to see you tonight. You are welcome, brother. You don't have to ever thank me. Mod who? Oh shit, yeah, derp. You changed your name, Mike. I didn't carry over, but it's completely different. So yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Good point, SRB. I know it's driving you nuts. It is. 1 second here. Where are you? Damn it, Jim. Michael, say something in the chat real quick. I can't find you. You went too far up. Hang on, just a mermit. Just a mermit. Sassy Cassie's now in the house with us. As sassy as she wants to be. The Texas Nightmare Tomboy Charm. I just had to say that, Tomboy. I love it. Where the hell are you, Michael?
He said, "Yo."
There he is. My chat's being stupid tonight.
Well, hell, my laptop's being stupid. I'm having to go in through the back door to grab links.
There you go, brother. You're covered now. You're good, SRB. Calm down. All right. Great to see you tonight, Steven's Adventure. Miss Stormy Sherry's in the house. Hello. So tonight, guys, we're going to review a video somebody else put out that was quite interesting to me about DNA with the Idaho 4 case, Brian Koberger. Of course, we've been on this case for 2 years, and it never ends. So, but there's something that I wanted to see everybody else's opinions on. And at some point here, I'm going to pin the link in the chat for everybody to pop in here that wants to talk about it. Mr. James Tate, wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. And we appreciate everything you do. Thank you so much for being here, sir. It is great to see you tonight. 58 peeps in the house, 49 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there. We might actually put this in an algorithm tonight, folks. That would be amazing. Please make sure to hit the like button if you would. Really? Misfits True Crime. Does she have a different name, Matahari? Good to see you tonight, Matahari. Is it a different name from what it was before? Or was it changed from something else? I didn't get a message on that, I don't think.
I don't even see Doodle.
She's not in here.
Matahari, what is it saying when she comes to the channel? Because one night mine wouldn't let Tater, my freaking kid, chat because it kept telling him he wasn't subscribed, and he's like sending me screenshots going, "Mom, I've been subscribed for almost 4 years now." It was Yaya's world.
Yeah, it's happening all over the place. Doodle's not in here. She was somewhere else. I don't know where she went. She's probably getting sick of hearing my voice. Matahari, was Misfits True Crime? Was it? Oh, there it is. It didn't even let her open the chat. Yaya's World, 2 Misfits True Crime. Well, Yaya just got gifted a membership today. She's not blocked. Well, let me go look at something real fast. Give me a minute. Welcome, Ruby Slippers. Good to see you. You might need to update YouTube. I was just going to say that. SRB said that too, Matahari. Girls. Welcome.
Mine needs to be updated on the phone, and I'm terrified to do it. I'm afraid I'm going to get locked out of everything again.
Well, I knew what the problem. I figured out what the problem was over here with my stuff, with people not being able to see things, and I had to do a specific change. But Doodle needs to see to call Korea to see where my sweatshirts from Amazon are. Gotcha, Walt. Alicia J, welcome, dear. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for choosing to join us. It's appreciated. 58 people in here. Let's see here. That's okay. I just probably didn't see you, Alicia. And I probably said hello to you and didn't even realize it. So I'm sorry. Leslie Petrulakis, welcome to you. Good to see you, Leslie. And Billy. I'm learning on here. Miss Barbara. Yep, there's a lot. If you have questions, Barbara, about any of this stuff, please feel free to ask. I'm still learning stuff too, but I can help you with a lot at this point. But anything you need, let me know. I would be glad to help you.
As long as it ain't TikTok, I can help.
Oh no TikTok, just this stuff. I mean, StreamYard, anything else like that, I can help with for sure. I have about 89 other channels as reported. Oh my god, dude! You want me to mod them all up for you, Walt? Are they all subscribed too? Jesus, dude, that's a lot of channels.
I only have 2, and I haven't even been on my other one in
I
like
just
a
have.
year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I
have
use it. I'll go in and like pull it up and let it play.
I have my other channel. Speaking of which, if anybody would be interested in subscribing to that channel, it would help me. Although I've done nothing with it yet. I'm kind of trying to build it up a little bit before I go anywhere with it. My Heavy Metal Toy Box channel. Do we even have a link for that one, Doodle? I just saw Doodle's in here. Welcome, Doodle. Robert Bell, welcome to you as well. I have to fix it, Robert. I know. I just have to trim something out of it. It's no big deal. Thank you, though. You have them all subbed. That's insane, Walt.
Your morning show got taken down?
This morning, yeah. It wasn't taken down. It's just I have to go in and trim things out of it and then put it back in. That's all.
Oh, assholes.
I do that daily. It's no big deal. Some of that stuff I show, like the funny clips and stuff like that, some of that stuff isn't allowed, so I have to take it down, pull them out, and put it back up.
Wow.
Certain pieces of it.
Hi,
Yeah, it's
Pebble.
fun. Monahari
I
said I
finally
was
got the
worried.
video done for Vlad and got it all put up, and I'd be damned if they didn't copyright me. I'm like, I'm not taking it down. It took 3 days. Kiss my ass. I'll take the copyright.
Yeah, right. No, I just looked. It's still up, Robert. Maybe you had to go out and go back in or something. Welcome, Miss Pebbles. Wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure. Terry Martin, welcome to you as well. I'm a little confused with what you said too, Mata Hardy. I'm not 100% positive on what you were talking about there. Let's see here. 1 second, everyone. Little Miss Dago just made that out of pine cones, lights, and bulbs. That's cute.
I think I need a bow.
Maybe you can't see
Oh,
the
that is
pine cones.
adorable.
Are you gonna put any snow on the pine cones or anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna brush it with some white, and I'm gonna spray some polyurethane on it to solidify the pine cones so they don't leak any more sap. And then I'm gonna glue the battery pack to the back and I put a bow on it.
That looks good, huh?
I
Good
think
job.
so. Thank you.
Yep, you did good. As always.
Very crap.
Welcome, AR. Good to see you tonight, sir. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Leslie. She tries. She does a lot of these things. This is her little hobby now, and she's been going nuts with it, making all sorts of things. She's making a cork wreath. She found, I think, at a yard sale a whole bunch of like wine bottle corks, and she's doing something with all those to make it to make some kind of a wreath out of it. It's gonna be cute too. Thank you, SRB. Again, I don't know if you heard me. Good to see AR. Thank you for popping in here, brother. Appreciate you very much. Mom, what was I talking about before I got distracted?
Matahari's comment about people
Oh, yeah.
Not-
Thank you.
because
I have no
can't
idea what
chat.
that means. Yes, Christmas.
Like
is
if you're
coming up.
having other people, like they might be here watching,
Mhm.
but they're not able to chat.
Oh,
So
really?
without like the interaction in the chat, that might be what's causing the numbers to be wonky. And that makes a lot of sense too. Because like I said, Tater helped me build, Tater and Minnie are the two that helped me build the channels. I know he was subbed. And
Well, that's
like
what I
it
was
was in
saying.
chat one night.
Hey, Cockney. Well, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Well, that sounds good. I'm glad that you're drifting off to sleep with us tonight. As long as I can be helpful in that way, that's awesome. I was telling people last week to go check, make sure that they're subscribed if they want to be, of course, because I think that might be some of what's going on too. No problem, AR. Make sure you're subscribed if you want to be, because a lot of people have been being unsubscribed. My subscriber numbers are going up and down, up and down, up and down. Still doesn't make any sense. You are just fine, Miss Barbara. No apologies needed.
Mine do the same thing, so I think it's just a YouTube glitch.
And I've had a lot of people send me emails like, I think people thought that I unsubscribed them from that. I said, I can't do that. That's up to what you guys do. And they were saying that they were not subscribed anymore. I said, you got to go back in and check it every now and then because YouTube has that problem. There's the link. Thank you, Doodle. That is my secondary channel. Mom, are you able to put that link in the back chat?
Yeah, I should be.
Because I can't do anything with it in the chat. I want to see something real quick.
See, yours comes up right. I swear I hate this computer.
This is my second channel that I've done absolutely nothing with yet at all. And I don't, like I said, you guys probably won't be interested in it at all, but if anybody would like to subscribe to it, it would definitely be helpful. Yeah, see, that's the other one. I'll show you what it looks like. And you can see I've done nothing. And I mean nothing. I haven't had time to. But I'm going to. It's really
For some reason, I thought you had an intro or something on it. Lord,
no.
my memory.
Not yet. Not yet. It's just my toy thing that I've done absolutely nothing with. It's gonna be starting the channel up very soon. Can't wait. That's what I've done with it. So beats it. So beats it. I have a bit of an intro, but I haven't done anything with it yet. So thank you, Donald. I appreciate that very much. I didn't know if anybody knew about it. I knew some people knew about it, but not everybody. YouTube is completely crazy. Subs up, down, views up, down. I don't either. It's been nuts. They're doing something and they're screwing everything up for everybody, and it's been a problem. It's causing all sorts of weird things. So yeah, unless you're one of the larger channels that gets insane views and stuff, that's like right out in the front of the algorithm, you don't seem to matter anymore. So we just struggle through what we can with it and keep doing what we're doing. That's all. Doing the best we can. Thank you so much for putting that up, Doodle. I appreciate you. Yeah, I have 107 subscribers. So 3 more people subscribe. Thank you, guys. Long ways off on that one. Thank you, Midwest, so much. All of you, any of you, thank you so much, guys. You, like I said, you probably won't have any interest in it, but it definitely helps me, so thank you. Stormy said, I sub because I collect dolls. As you know, that includes vinyl toy collectibles too. Cool. So then you'll be able to see it too. Some of you guys probably will like it. You guys are awesome for that. So tonight, Mom, we're going to be reviewing, as I was going to say, this video. Drunk Turkey did a video about DNA. It unsubbed you yesterday, Mark. Really? See? This one here did. This channel, Mark, is that what you're talking about? See, that's why do they do that, I wonder?
I don't know. I lost 6 subs in the last 24 hours, and I guarantee it is not from where people have unsubbed. It's freaking YouTube.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I was
I've got people.
one person away from 3,800, and look today, and I've dropped. And again, I'm like ready
Mine
to
keeps
ball,
going up
man.
and down. It's crazy. Well, thank you for letting me know, Mark. And anybody that doesn't want to be unsubscribed, please check it and resubscribe if you would. Yeah, mine went down yesterday and back up today. And tomorrow it'll probably go back down and then back up or back down again. It's screwing with me bad.
Yeah, and like I asked YouTube, I was like, why is it doing that? And they're like, oh, yeah, it's because it's a bot sweep. I was like, no, it's not a bot sweep every damn day. There's a bot sweep once a month.
What is a bot sweep? What does that mean?
So YouTube has AI that goes through the channels once a month, and it looks for bots. Do you remember, like, back, it was in Summerwell's case, it was so bad. You'd be in a chat, and all of a sudden the XXX come check out my profile.
Yeah.
Shit would come up in the chat. That's where people go in and they buy AI bots. And you can, that's kind of like a night bot, except it's like a jackass version of a night bot. But there's a human behind it. But you can have like 10 of them running under one thing.
Sure.
And YouTube does monthly sweeps where once a month, that it's usually about the middle of the month, they'll go through and do a bot sweep. And you might, you know, when you first start a channel, you might lose 50 subs or something from a bot sweep. But after you've been, you know, on for 2-3 years, you might see 1 or 2. But it's not like a huge amount of them.
Well, they're doing it heavy duty because, like I said, I have.
Oh, I'm going through the same thing.
I'm at 10,034. Yesterday, I was at 10,025. The day before that, I was at 10,038. Does that make any sense?
No,
it's just ridiculous going up and down.
What people are saying on Twitter is that it's this last update that YouTube did that's causing it to happen.
It's causing all these
the
other
one where
issues.
they put this stupid little heart on the chat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're going to update something, update it where people can tag each other in the chat instead of adding some stupid little heart.
Right. And hey, Jeffrey, good to see you, Jeff. They know that these things affect creators' numbers. And when their numbers go down, it screws up the algorithm stuff and all that. And they know that. So why are they allowing or trying or not fixing it? Do you know what I mean? That's what I don't quite get.
I agree. I agree 100%. You know why it screws up all the numbers. You know, you get a short, 14,000 views, upload a video, 15, 20, 30. You know, that doesn't make any sense. 14,000 views should boost you way out into the algorithm.
Of course it does. Which is part of the reason why I'm not and haven't been in the algorithm, but due to certain people. I was booted from the algorithm because of that and other things. So I'm trying to get back in there, but the way the numbers keep doing that, it's like it's blocking me from it. So it's weird. Yes, by the way, can you remove that live emojis? I know you have. What do you mean by that, SRB? What live emojis?
You can take that off.
What?
Oh, don't let me figure out how to take it off because I'm going to disable it from everything. The stupid little heart that's on the chat.
Where is it? I don't see it. Wait.
If you're on mobile, it's only on mobile. If you're on mobile, it's in the bottom corner. And like, if you want to become a member or donate to a channel, it's in the damn way. And then on some channels, it's like over, like if somebody puts like a longer than 4 sentence comment, you can't read the last 2 words because of the stupid little heart.
What the hell's going on now? I can't get in here. Hold on. What is? See? Ugh. I'm so frustrated. And they don't explain anything to you about anything. They don't come out and say, hey, everybody, there's been some issues with this, that, and everything else. You know, if you're having problems, do this, do that, or this, that. And they don't do anything. It is what it is.
Nope, but they push their little YouTube community for creators video, and they're always useless.
All right. Okay, so where is this heart at? In the
You got to be
chat?
on your phone.
Oh, okay. I'm not on my phone. Sorry. I don't even know how I would remove it then, SRB. I don't know what it looks like.
I'll send
And
you.
you were still getting notifications. That's wild, Mark and Betty. Do I have to go on my? You said on your phone you can do it.
Well, you can see it on your phone. I don't know. I'll Google it and see how the hell you get it off.
Let me look real quick here before we get going. Then,
let's see.
As I was trying to explain, the drunk turkey. Sorry about that. I keep getting off task. They put out a video and they were talking about DNA. In regards to Brian Koberger, and I was interested, of course, with that, and so I watched some of it, and I wanted to review it with you guys and get your guys' thoughts on it. Plus, we're going to be looking at the documents as well. So, all right, let me see here. All right, so you can. It's in the chat. What the hell just happened here? Nerp. That's not it either. Guys, bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make everything work right. Oh, that big heart? Is it a big red
and like
heart?
if you hold it down, it turns into different stuff. It turns into like, I don't even know what all the hell it turns into. Let me pull it back up because I was screenshotting.
Yeah, it just did something.
It turns into a 100 and then...
Oh, at the bottom. Yeah, it's on the side. All I can do here is... Can't see it. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Why can't I get my screen up far enough to do it? It's over here to the right. It's at the very bottom on my screen. And the only way it opens up is if you touch it. And then it has 100, the faces, the hooray thing, and then the heart.
Yeah.
No, it's in the chat here on the computer too. I just don't see how to remove it. I'll have to figure it out. I'll watch a video on it. That'll help me with it. Yeah, SRB, I'll get it taken care of, hon. I just didn't realize that it was something you could get it off of, take off. So I will look into it for sure. Yeah, I'll look in how to take it off and I'll get it off hopefully by tomorrow. Sorry that it's bugging you guys. I apologize. I thought that was something that was part of the chat and had to stay there. I see you guys are hitting it like crazy. Somebody is. All sorts of things are going up from it. Does that do anything for the channel when they hit those or no?
I don't know. And I learned that on TikTok it does something. It puts you on the For You page.
Mm-hmm.
But
oh, wait a minute. Know. Hold on. I think I just figured it out. Is it gone?
Hang on. Far just sent me a very unnerving message, and I'm trying to find what the hell she's talking about.
Where is she? I think it's gone, guys. Try it now.
She sent me a message, like a private message on my phone. She said there's a baby stuck in a drain in Dallas, Texas. So I'm digging.
Oh God, that's horrible.
No, it's still there. Can you see it?
No, it's gone on my side. I turned it off. It's reactions.
Oh,
wait
it
a minute.
might do. Let me push it a bunch of times and
Maybe
see
you
if
gotta
it
maybe you gotta refresh. Try refreshing, you guys, and see if it changes now. Yeah, I turned it off. I found it at the top and turned it off. Yeah, try leaving and coming back. Sorry. I turned it off. We still have it. What the? I don't know then. Maybe it. I'm going to try something. If I disappear, I will come right back. Okay. I promise you guys. So don't get upset with me. I'm sorry. It's still on, but leave it on. It's supposed to be a good thing.
I'm going to Google it and see what it means.
All right. I just refreshed my. It's probably not going to make a damn difference. I don't see it on my side anymore, but that doesn't mean it's not there.
Okay.
The bubbles are bubbling. Okay. Is it still there now? Mrs. Dago said good night. Christo Haney, welcome. Yes. I can't remember who gifted. It's still there. I'll have to look into it then. And sorry, Alicia. I thought I had it. My apologies. I can't remember who gifted you the membership, Chris, but it happened in the morning show today. SRB. I think it was SRB gifted it to you, Chris. Well, where else would I do it, though? That's what I don't understand. Oh, here we go. Here's an idea. Should have thought about this before. Sorry, guys. We will get to the show in just a moment.
Honey, I shrunk the kids. Honey, we shrunk ourselves. Alice in the Wonderland 1 and 2. Yeah, no, they're making a third one.
Hold on.
Well, yeah, nobody else plays it.
Hey, don't turn it off. Don't turn it off.
What? Why?
Because it's part of your engagement now.
Oh.
Sorry, guys.
Well,
I know that sucks, but.
Okay, then. Well, let me turn it back on then. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
like
folks.
if somebody's in your chat and they don't want to chat, it says they can do it anonymously by using that emoji, and it still counts to your engagement on the live stream.
Oh, maybe nobody uses it. Then maybe that's why. Maybe some of my stuff is crappy then.
I just hit it about 50,000 times. So
see, I always hit them for your guys' streams. When I'm in your guys' streams, I hit hearts and everything on it because somebody told me it did something good, but I didn't know what it was. So I just always did it for support. So sorry, guys. All right. All right. So let's get to this. Okay. Molly. Oh, by the way, Molly made a video that for the Timmy's Legacy channel. Did you see that, Mom?
Mm-mm.
It's awesome. She did a great job. Let me put this up and show you guys real quick. Check this out.
In the quiet of the night, beneath the silver glow, A mother stands unwavering with a heart that surely knows. Through the depths of sorrow's grip, she feels his spirit soar. Awash in love and laughter that forever beckons more. With every tear that falls, she hears a whisper clear. A son's smile lighting darkness, reminding her he's near. Though shadows loom around, she won't walk this path alone. For justice calls her name in a world on its own. Oh, mother of strength, rise through the storm and the pain. With every step you take, you'll break every chain. Holding on to faith with your heart full of fire. A mother's love shines bright, lifting us higher. In the dance of truth, your courage will be found. In love's sacred rhythm, hear the joyful sound. She's seen the empty streets where his laughter used to chase. Every tear she sheds now fuels her fierce embrace. With courage like a lion, she battles against despair. Determined to find answers, her heart laid bare. With every voice that shakes, in the silence she believes, she'll rise above the chaos and refuse to grieve. For justice is her anthem, a song of hope and grace. In the court of love she'll stand and find her place. Oh, mother of strength, rise through the storm and the pain. With every step you take, you'll break every chain. Holding on to faith with your heart full of fire. A mother's love shines bright, lifting us higher. In the dance of truth, your courage will be found. In love's sacred rhythm, hear the joyful sound. In the whispers of the wind, you hear his name tonight, guiding your soul, turning shadows into light. With faith as your armor, hope as your guide, you seek out the truth, no matter the tide. Oh, mother of strength, rise through the storm and the pain. With every step you take, you'll break every chain. Holding on to faith with your heart full of fire. A mother's love shines bright, lifting us higher. In the dance of truth, your courage will be found. In love's sacred rhythm, hear the joyful sound. You are a warrior, a beacon through the night, fighting for justice, still the love your life. Your son's memory guides you, a shining star above, forever in your heart, an unbreakable love.
Okay. Of course, amazing job, Molly. And Barbara, we love you. You know that. So, I hate getting emotional about things. I really do. Great job. It's just amazing. So there you go, Barbara. That was made just for you. Molly, Doodle, both you guys are absolutely amazing. So God bless. They do really, really good, like amazing things with the graphics that they run. I'm telling you, it's just amazing. Good evening, Lisa. Thank you for joining us. Yes, we're talking about Idaho. We haven't gotten started yet, so I was showing a video that was made for another channel. That's all, Lisa. Anyway, you still there, Mom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Of course.
Moving on to, let's look at these first, I think. let's go with this one up here. We'll start here. First and foremost, the document, the motion for the Franks hearing. Now, I don't know if you guys know what a Franks hearing is. They did this in the Delphi case as well. So again, it just comes now. Brian C. Koberger buying through his attorney's record and moves the court to conduct a Franks hearing. This motion is made pursuant to the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. A proffer in exhibits, where to go? The United States Constitution, Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution, and Franks versus Delaware, is a proffer, and exhibits are filed contemporaneously in support in accordance with the State versus Fisher. The parties stipulate to the sealing of the proffer and exhibits. A stipulation is filed contemporaneously. The under seal proffer and exhibits are being provide to opposing counsel and court staff via email on the date of this motion. Hand delivery to the court for in-person filing will occur no later than November 18th of 2024, which was yesterday. That was filed as of the 14th, and Taylor signed it, and there it is. That is the motion. Excuse me. Backing up and out of that one. Hang on, folks. All right. Doodle Molly, that was really like beautiful. That's stuck in my head now. Now this next one I thought was kind of interesting, you guys. This motion is interesting enough. Interestingly enough, I'm sorry. Make sure you can see it here. Motion to suppress genetic information. So through his Brian C. Koberger, through his attorneys of record, and moves to suppress all evidence illegally gathered by law enforcement using his genetic information. This motion is made pursuant to the Fourth Amendment, again, of the United States Constitution and Article 117 of the Idaho Constitution. A memorandum and exhibits are filed contemporaneously in support under seal. This motion is being filed under seal pursuant to the Honorable John Judge's previous order stating that pleadings related to this motion be filed under seal until the court could review the issues and arguments filed. The under seal memorandum and exhibits are being provided to opposing counsel and court staff via email on the date of this motion. Again, states the same thing as the last one. So this again, wait, where's it at down here? Motion to suppress genetic information that was gathered illegally or illegally gathered. I'm curious to know when, where, and how. I'm curious. Any thoughts on that real quick, Mom? I'll be right back. I gotta grab my other drink now.
So, if it was in the trash, then it wasn't illegally, because once you put it in the trash container receptacle, it is public property. Anybody can go through your trash. And the only damn gene place that you can submit your information to that does not legally allow law enforcement to use their data is Ancestry.com. Because ID 13me, whatever the hell it's called, that I would never submit my DNA to, 21andMe, thank you. They just went bankrupt and got bought out. So FYI, if you submitted your DNA to that place, it's very possible that some random person has your DNA now. Hence, I would not my DNA to any damn place through the mail. But Ancestry is the only one that has a legal disclaimer that they do not have to release that information to law enforcement. Matter of fact, they don't release it to law enforcement.
So I believe that this is in reference to the IGG stuff. I believe.
That's what I'm saying. If they if they got it from one of these off-brand ones, then they didn't do anything illegal. You've submitted your DNA to a public platform.
Yep, that's true. I'm curious to see how that's going to go. Hey, Bobby, good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Donald says they left out key info. Interesting. Thank you, SRB, for that. The motion for leave was denied. That's good. So, let's see. Onward. Give me a second, guys. One second. Number 3. Let's see. Okay, so there's a lot of suppression motions in here too. Motion to suppress and memorandum in support. Read the Amazon account federal grand jury subpoenas and warrants dated from April 26th of 23. I remember this. And May 8th of 23. Comes now Brian Koberger by and through his attorneys of record and submits the following memorandum in support of his contemporaneously filed motion for an order suppressing all data found by law enforcement from its search of his Amazon.com account. So they're trying to suppress every bit of that. The motion and documents in support of the Franks versus Delaware are hereby incorporated into this memorandum as well. The proper with supportive documentation regarding Franks are filed under seal. For that reason, they are not set forth in full detail here, but instead are incorporated. You know what, guys? Let me do something real quick here that I was going to do that I forgot about. Give me one quick second, because we are running the open panel tonight about this too. So 1 second. It would make more sense if I did it this way anyway. Anybody that wants to join us up here to speak on it, I'm going to go ahead and pin the link up here. And again, guys, remember, we're not in here to, which I know you guys don't, but I just have to say it anyway. I always like to stress it. We're not in here to attack the victims or their families. We're just here to discuss what everybody's thoughts are about what we're talking about. So, all right. Link is pinned if anybody wants to join me and Mom up here. And back to where we was here. Okay, so this one, let's see here. Welcome, JC. Good to see you tonight.
Hi.
How are ya?
I'm doing well. I mean, I'm here.
That's always good.
But yeah, this is going to be a great I just need to be on here tonight.
Gotcha. Well, let me finish this here. Going forth with this, the issues that this have. Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening.
Okay, hi.
Let's see here. Okay. 1 second. Sorry. So issues starting up. Number 1, Mr. Koberg has a privacy interest in his Amazon account information. protected by Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution and the Fourth Amendment, requiring information that requires a warrant. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant recklessly or intentionally omitted material information. That's interesting. The affidavit submitted in support of the application for the issued search warrant included information that must be excised. And all information in the affidavit was gathered because of law enforcement's unconstitutional use of investigative genetic genealogy, and thus nothing in the warrant should remain. Information gathered about Mr. Koberger via previous invalid warrants must also be excised. Pennsylvania law enforcement, along with officers from Idaho and the FBI, raided Mr. Koberger's parents' home on December 30th and arrested him at some point. An FBI agent subpoenaed Amazon records belonging to Mr. Koberger's account on both December 30th, 2022 and January 27th, 2023. Amazon responded with records showing Mr. Koberger's purchases, perhaps recognizing that subpoenaing, I don't even know how you say that right, Mr. Koberger's records was a violation of the Idaho Constitution. Okay. On April 26th of 23, Detective Mowry, there's that name again, interestingly enough, of the Moscow PD requested a warrant for the same information, telling the court that an unnamed FBI special agent had located requested information. The warrant was amended due to a date error and ultimately issued May 8th of 2023. The affidavit for warrant was signed by Detective Mowry. Exhibit A. However, most of the information in the warrant was cut and pasted from an affidavit originally bearing the signature of Moscow PD Sergeant Blaker. Wow. I did not know that. That is interesting. But according to Mowry, now the sworn statement of Corporal Payne. Where did JC go? The basic facts Mowry used to support the search beyond the arrest warrant facts were very minimal. A vague reference that an FBI special agent, were very minimal. Stop. Welcome, Randy. Good to see you tonight, brother. A vague reference that an FBI special agent located an account for Koberger. That's interesting. Let me see. One moment. Are you still here, Mom?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, Terry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what happened to JC, and I had a really bad glitch just there, so sorry about that. Okay. Let me read that one again. Number one, a vague reference that an FBI special agent located an account for Koberger. Amazon provided order history records regarding customers' email. Brian Christopher 1994 at gmail.com. How the agent located this was not explained. Number two, investigators know that Amazon holds records for identifying devices the customers use to access their account. All linked accounts, other items customers have searched, clicked onto, placed in cart, viewed, and saved. Who or how the investigators know this is not explained. Little information about how Amazon collects and holds data was explained. Okay. Grand jury subpoenas issued by the government have been the subject of a motion to compel. There is an order to compel their production if available to the state, or at a minimum for the state to provide dates of subpoenas. Order on defendants' fourth and fifth motions to compel June 14th of 2024. The state has done neither. The issues in the memorandum subpoena return identify 2 iCloud accounts. These are interesting tonight. The time frame March 20th of 2022 through March 30th of 2022 and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th of 2022 were selected. March 20th through March 30th November 1st through December 6th were okay.
Why did they why did they say March? What was going on in March?
I think that was when
That was before the crime happened in November. I'm just curious.
well, they're going back to see what he had selected or what he had looked at that point. Or what he put in his cart, what he looked at, what he was trying to buy per se.
Okay.
I'm trying to put this together in my head myself, so bear with me, Terry. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Actually, I'm hoping you can put it in more legible understanding.
It takes me a minute sometimes to sort through this in my mind. I mean, I know what these things mean, but this one, it's interesting. And again, the argument with this is that Mr. Koberger has a privacy interest in his Amazon.com account information protected by Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution that requires a warrant. So they did this without having a warrant, is what I'm guessing. Okay. Which was where the illegally obtained part of this comes from. But I can't imagine they would do
have
something.
to have a warrant, wouldn't they?
That's what I would think.
To turn over that information.
That's what I'm saying. I can't imagine. So maybe that's what the problem is. Is that they got this information some other way without going through Amazon with the warrant. And that's why they're saying, how did you do that? How did they get that information?
I don't know how they
Downloading his
get
devices.
information from Amazon without a warrant.
I can't imagine they were able to do that without a warrant at all. But
So that's where I think that they either lied or they didn't tell the full truth.
and there's been little things like this popping up since a long time ago. So welcome, Virginia. Good to see you. Technicality. And this is what the defense is going after, is all these little things. You know what I mean? Let me see. I'm checking chat here to make sure. Okay. Thank you, Randy. So moving on.
There's no difference than it does.
Go
Real
ahead,
quick.
Mom.
There's no difference than going on Amazon and ordering a K-bar and going to Home Depot and buying duct tape, 5-gallon buckets, and a chainsaw and getting caught on CCTV. That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing, though. What I think they're going at this is because this is his personal information, whether it be in his device or whatever. And it typically, like if you go to an Amazon account, typically it would include your payment methods, your card numbers, and stuff like that. Possibly, maybe that's where the argument lies. Bobby says that the FBI did not have a warrant. Moscow requested a warrant based on information that they obtained from the FBI that was based on the info FBI received with a subpoena instead of a warrant. Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to figure out, Bobby. Thank you. So let me read that again. The FBI did not have a warrant. Moscow police requested that a warrant based on the information that they obtained from the FBI. We know about that. And then that was based on the information that the FBI received from a subpoena instead of the warrant. That's what I was trying to put together. Thank you, Bobby.
Can you
I was kind of
that subpoena
fumbled in my head. Say that again, Terry.
Can you explain that subpoena instead of warrant? This whole FBI is just really making me go crazy because I just don't. It's like they're in and then they're not in, and they're in and then they're not in.
Well, what I think has been happening throughout this entire case at this point is that the FBI has done really loose and like shady shit to get to their points. Maybe they do it all the time. Okay, shortcuts is what I said months ago. You remember that, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I stated they were taking shortcuts to get the DNA obtained and stuff like that. Okay. They're still getting the same result, but they're taking a shortcut to get it done quicker. And who knows? This is probably maybe the way the FBI does their stuff. I don't know. But that's what this seems like to me, is that this is yet again another shortcut that was taken instead of doing it the right way. And it was found out to be. And now they're arguing this with the defense.
Yeah.
Subpoena is the request warrant. Yeah. Is that what you were asking, Terry? Is what the difference
Yeah,
is
the
between the
subpoena is to
two?
request a warrant, right? Or not?
Subpoena is a request. Warrant is a court order, right? So this was not ordered by the court for them to do this. You see what I'm saying? It's not legally
Okay.
bound from the court. It was
So
just
they
a request.
basically broke the law, or okay, they
That's
broke the law.
that's how it
intended-
was illegally obtained based on what the
Right.
defense is saying. That's interesting. Where did I leave off at? The Fourth Amendment has generally refused to acknowledge that individuals have a privacy interest in records held by a bank, relying on the third-party doctrine, United States v. Miller, 425 U.S. 435, 443, 1976, citing Hoffa v. United States. Excuse me. 385 U.S. 293, 301, 302, 1966. This despite the fact that laws required such records to be maintained for the purpose of criminal investigations. ID at 441, citing California Bankers Association versus Schultz. I'm not reading all that. Unsurprisingly, the federal Congress responded negatively, and it says, see Right to Financial Privacy Act of 1978. As this court is no doubt aware, the third-party doctrine holds that information shared with anyone with whom a person does not have a recognized evidentiary privilege is free for the government to take without a warrant. To put it another way, the third-party doctrine insists as a matter of law that you should trust your secrets to no one. See Christopher Slobogan and Joseph Schumacher, Reasonable Expectations of Privacy and Autonomy in Fourth Amendment cases. Idaho has taken a somewhat unclear approach to the third-party doctrine. The court permitted protected health records to be provided to the government. The court did the same for billing statements from utility companies. The court held that people had no expectation of privacy in trash placed out for pickup. So they're arguing the trash too. However, the court has also held in State v. Thompson that under the Idaho Constitution, citizens do have a right to privacy in who they call, and later extended that to text messages. Idaho is not the only jurisdiction to have trouble with third-party doctrine. The United States Supreme Court has refused to apply it both to the search of cell phones and the use of cell phone sites. The issues the United States Supreme Court seems to take with the third-party doctrine in its most recent decisions excuse me, seem to be the scope of the information available to the government without a warrant if one follows it closely. 1 second, y'all. Trying to figure something out here. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. So I dropped off. The concern was fully. This concern was fully articulated by Justice Sotomayor in her concurrence in U.S. v. Jones. It is difficult to square this concern with what the court decided in that Miller case, because it, as the third-party doctrine's defender, Professor Kerr, puts it, in Miller, the checking account created a substitution effect by replacing a transaction that would have included substantial public components with a transaction that would normally occur entirely in private. To see how, imagine a world to get the money to do it. Wait, sorry, back up. To see how, imagine a world without banks. There we go. Sorry, guys. If you need to pay for something in this world, you would need to get the money to do it. You would need to travel to your stash, pick up the money, and then travel to the place where you are making your purchase. If you are the seller, you need to receive the money, take it back to your stash, and store it. So the motion to suppress and memorandum in support Amazon account federal grand jury subpoenas and warrants dated from the 26th of April and May 8th of 23. This is interesting. Thank you so much, Bar Q. I can't tell who got it at this point, but thank you so much, Bar. We appreciate you so much. That was so very generous of you, and God bless. Yeah, they're talking about the third party doctrine stuff. Let's see. How do you all feel if it appears BK is definitely guilty, but Ellie did some things not by the book? I feel some are fine with him being set free with no concern. Am I reading them wrong? Now, see, I don't feel that way. If he did this, then he needs to be prosecuted for it and to the full extent of the law. Even regardless of whether Ellie, that's two problems going on, in my opinion, Jeff. You're welcome to jump up here, Jeff. There's a link in chat. I always love hearing from you, my friend. And welcome, Danger. Good to see you, brother. Truly, I feel if Brian did it, he did it. If he didn't, he didn't. But if he did it, regardless of what Ellie did, like I said, that's a separate occasion, in my opinion. That should be dealt with, yes, with whatever Ellie did to get to this point. But if the man did what he did, that still needs to be punished, period. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they're breaking his rights.
I understand that still, but here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to point out. If they're going against his rights, if they're taking his rights away, whatever, breaking his rights, however you said it, that's still wrong. Okay. That needs to be dealt with. Yes. But if the man still, even though his rights were, there's a word that goes with what I'm trying to say, and I can't put the word out right now. His rights were,
Violated?
Violated. Thank you very much. Even if his rights were violated, if the man still committed the crime, you can't just ignore the fact that he committed the crime, even though his rights were violated. Do you see what I'm saying?
They can.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, they didn't do it by the book, and they screwed up.
They need to be dealt with for that. Yes, 100%. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but you can't just say, okay, you're free because we screwed up.
Yeah.
The man still committed. If the man still committed the crime, is what I'm saying. Now, if he's innocent of the crime, okay, this is where I'm different on this, which I think most people would be. If the man's innocent and he didn't commit the crime, and he ends up being found guilty because of what they did, quote unquote, illegally, then that's a problem in itself. That's a whole different problem. You see what I'm saying? But he shouldn't get off on the technicalities if the man committed the crime. Does that make sense, Terry? That's what I'm trying to put out there.
But I mean, think how many people are out there walking around that committed the crime, but they got thrown out because they didn't handle it correctly.
No, I understand. Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't mean that we were happy about it, Jeff. It just means that, I mean, they have to follow the book.
Right. No, they should follow the book, period. That's fact. But if this man went into this house and killed 4 young adults, that's punishable, period. I can't say that. This is hard to explain the way I'm trying to think this.
But unfortunately, they screwed up.
Oh, yeah, that's a fact. Okay, that's it. I want to see. That's another thing, is we need to be able to see factual information proving that they screwed that up, that they did this. Okay, that's where the problem's going to lie, and they're going to have to prove that this was done this way. So that's the case there. Basically, what this is trying to do, in my opinion, is that they're trying to get this thrown out because of these shortcuts that were taken that have been done illegally. Okay, so they're trying to get this stuff thrown out. Therefore, these things are not going to be used in court. Therefore, in turn, it's going to be harder to convict him. And see, that's what I'm saying. She's right. They absolutely could and would be required to let him go if the information is found to have come from an illegal search warrant. That's why it's important to do it right. Now, here's the problem, though. What I'm asking you guys, the way I'm trying to put this out, I know it's not coming out right. If this man did this and this happens because of their screw up, that's a huge problem, folks. That's where the problem is lying here with this. If Brian was innocent of this and they did this and he's let off, that's different. But if he's guilty of the murders and because law enforcement screwed up because they took a shortcut or did whatever they did, and he gets off and walks free, that's bullshit. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the point I'm trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Very big problem. So what happens then? What happens if Brian Koberger is the one that murdered these kids? And there is some form of proof that he did that, okay? And we see that, but because law enforcement screwed up here, he gets off on it. Then what? What happens then? Where's the justice for the victims and their families? And we have a murderer walking
That's
around.
where street justice comes in.
Well,
If
that's
he gets
probably
away
what
because
happened.
they screwed this up, let me tell you what, there's enough people in that state and the surrounding states that street justice is going to kick in.
I'm sure.
Because
I'm sure.
there's enough people that have followed this case that understand that, you know, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to offend anybody that's pro Koberger, but fuck his rights. He took their lives.
And that I'm with you on that point right there. If they prove to me that Brian did this, then you're damn right. I don't give a shit about his rights at that point. Now, there's a catch-22 with that because I do fully support the Constitution and everybody's right. Okay. Whoever that is backstage, you got to show me your face one time to make sure that you're not going to show me your waist. That's all I'm saying. Just one.
Show me what?
Is that Aaron? All right. You're good, bro. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Aaron.
What up, my niggas?
What's happening?
Just chilling.
Don't use that word though, if you don't mind, okay?
What word?
The N word you just said.
Oh,
I know.
does that offend you?
No, it don't offend me, but it may offend YouTube.
And why should I care about offending YouTube?
Okay. Have a good day. Anyway, so moving on. What the hell was I going to say now? The problem with the whole thing is, yes, it's important to, how do I say this? It's important to, you know, not violate Brian Koberger's rights, but if the man committed a crime, a murder, 4 murders, are we supposed to be worried about his rights at that point? That's where the problem lies. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's kind of a catch-22 in that sense because I do support this completely. But the problem is, if he was the one that did this, I can't say I feel bad for what happened here. I know that sounds crazy to say that, you guys, but I don't know. I don't know how to explain it any other way in what my opinion is on this.
Considering this police department had already been investigated heavily, you would think that they would have had their shit together
Yeah.
and done this the way it was supposed to be done. Because, you know, if you, you know, and I know you probably have, if you've done any kind of research at all about this police department, they've already had internal investigations so far up their asses they couldn't see straight.
Right.
So this is not, you know, oh, you know, a couple $1,000, you know, $20-30 million. No, these are 4 people's lives.
Yeah, right. Jace, hold on one second, Mom. JC, is that you, hon? If it is, show me your face real quick there. After what just happened, you're good. You can shut it down. I see you. You're good. And you know, if people want to come in here and act like jackass idiots, then you can go fuck yourself somewhere else because you're not going to do it on my channel. Have a good night. Sorry for my language, but I'm not Mr. Naive anymore, guys. I don't play those games. So moving on.
Did that just happen?
I'm sorry, hon.
Did that just happen?
A little bit, kind of. They tried to, but I'm not playing into that shit. So
No.
grow up.
I'm down.
Go back over to the drama channels. That's not over here. What was I going to say? Jeffrey, is that you, Jeff? Show me your face real quick, bud. Just for a quick second, if you don't mind. There you go. You're good. You can shut her down if you want. Welcome, Jeffrey. Good to have you back today, bud.
Hey,
Hi, Jeff.
yeah. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Jeff.
Good.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Well, let's freeze in this spot then, since we have these other 2 people up here too. What do you 2 think about this?
What does it? Okay, I'm gonna have to read it.
Basically, what happened here is they're talking about it. Shorten it down, layman's terms, that there were things illegally obtained, that is being used as evidence in court. They're trying to get that squashed and thrown out. They're saying that basically his rights were violated, so on and so forth. And we were talking about turn your mic up just a little bit, Jeff.
Oh, okay, will do.
There you go.
How's that better?
That sounds better, yeah.
Okay.
And excuse me. If the man did this, if he's guilty of murdering his 4 kids, and then his rights were violated to get to the point to where they convict him of it, where are we at with that? What's everybody's opinions on that?
Like, what are his rights
Well,
if
there
he
were-
did this?
there's a certain way to do what they were doing. They needed to get warrants and so on and so forth to do this the right way. And if they didn't do it, they took a shortcut and they got to this point without explaining how they did it with no warrants. That's basically violating his rights per se. This can get this thrown out. Okay. But if he actually did it though, what are your thoughts on this? Should that matter because he murdered 4 people, or does it really actually seriously matter? You see what I'm saying?
Have they even proven? But they still haven't really proven that he did it.
Well, they're going to do that in the trial.
Well, okay.
Booms.
Thinking about this today, there is and I'm not trying to bring up another case or anything, but take Delphi for instance, where nothing makes sense. Okay, absolutely zero things, in my opinion, make sense in that case, and there's no DNA. And so, how can you convict someone? However, in this case, some things make sense, some things don't. However, there is DNA, but is it enough? I mean,
I agree, Dan. Real quick, sorry, JC, I don't mean to interrupt. If he actually did it, they need to prove it. And for me, I'm in the same boat, Dan. That's what I've been saying for the whole case, and that's what I'm waiting to see. But I guess at the point now that we're at, if they're saying that his rights were violated, for them to get this evidence to convict him per se, how's that going to play out? How's that going to work? You see what I'm saying? That's what we're talking about.
because you violated his rights, but yet he did it. If
Right.
he did.
Should that still matter? Should he still be convicted even though his rights were violated?
I do. I think so. If he did it, absolutely.
Right. So what should happen then at the point of what should happen with the point or the fact that they illegally gathered this information, but the man gets convicted? How does that work out though?
So take off the death penalty.
That's probably what they're gonna go. That's probably what they're going for, to be honest with you, at some point. I don't know. Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think too, this is the defense saying because of these rules, they weren't followed, therefore it should be thrown out. I mean, the thing is, the prosecution is going to counter with, well, because of these rules, there are exceptions that were taken, and this is why we believe this should hold true. But I think it's funny. I sometimes think of the opposite happening, where it's like he is innocent, and it's kind of obvious after we've all watched the trial. Because I've often said, I think Steve Gonsalves himself would stand up and say, no, this is not the guy.
Right. Yep.
I'm going to be the alpha again, and we got to go back to the drawing board, guys. I can
100%.
easily see him doing that because he's not going to get any. Nobody wins by sending the wrong guy, off to.
I agree. I do agree, and I think of anybody that Steve Gonsalves is going to be the one to see everything and go, wait a minute, no, and he wants the real person. He wants the truth.
Yeah.
Period. And if he sees it in court and says that's not, no. No. Yeah, I agree with you, Jeff. He would stand up and say, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? So, sorry, guys. I'm a little irritated right now because of that idiot that was in here. So my apologies.
That was a good call on that too, Dago. That
Oh, I'm
question
not
he asked
saying-
is like, okay, there's the door.
I don't play these games anymore, Jeff.
I mean, why does he care what about it matters to YouTube? I mean, isn't that how you come to us, Dago, by YouTube?
Yeah.
Isn't that what you do, Dave? It's like Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I've been here too long, and I've dealt with too many idiots, and I'm just tired of playing people's games. So if you don't want to be here, then don't be here. I'm not a child. You can go play your childish game somewhere else. So,
Right.
and it was probably somebody that disagrees with certain feelings in here anyway. So that's fine. Not the right channel for you. Move on. Anyway,
one thing that comes to my mind sometimes is that if I wonder if, as the trial starts, if it's going to be apparent to us that Ann Taylor knows he's guilty, and she's just going for the best that she can get, and like you were just saying a moment ago, like, just trying to get the death penalty off the table.
Yep. Well, that is.
But
we know that's. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I just think that as it starts to be revealed that, wait, she knows the same stuff the prosecution knows. She knows he's most likely guilty. And she's been using the hearings as like a soundboard. And as I've heard some people say, she goes to these hearings seeking to get the headlines in the newspapers the next couple days that she wants. And, to look the way that she wants them. And that, not to say that's bad, because that's what she should be doing. But I think that, and meanwhile, what does the prosecution do? It has to sit there, adhere to the gag order, and just wait patiently for trial. And, and knowing all the time, like, oh my gosh, he is so guilty, these people, really.
Right. And that's the thing is she doesn't have to prove that he didn't do this. They have to prove that he did do it. We know that. So,
right.
And we know that part of her defense at some point is first off to get the death penalty off the table. We've seen that already in the last hearing. Okay, so is this another ploy for that? Is that the defense she's using, or is this something that she's literally saying that they got to him illegally and that's why we believe he's innocent, or does she think he's guilty? You know what I mean?
She knows. She knows one way or another, doesn't she?
I'm sure she does. I mean, she makes it a point to let the whole courtroom and the judge know, and she's done it very verbally. Brian Koberger is innocent of these crimes, and she said it out loud multiple times.
She has to say that, though.
That's her job.
That's her job. But what does she really know? I mean,
that's why this is interesting to me.
Yeah. What does everyone really know that we don't yet?
And Pebbles is making a good point too. There's a lot of things that people have looked at with this case from the beginning, where all the drama came from. We know that, and she says this is part of the process, but you have to admit that this paperwork does confirm, in some senses, truly, why things felt off in this case. And that's true. This is why people were going, wait a minute, what's this about? How did this happen? How did they get to this point? How did they get to this guy? And that's something Ann said too. And that's what we're going to look at here in a little bit, because I want to see why Daniel with Drunk Turkey believes that, what did I just do? The DNA is there. That's why we're going to review that tonight too. But I wanted to get these documents first, guys. I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know where you get this from. Go ahead. And that's the other thing too, is she only knows what he's told her and what they could find out via evidence, of course. Dan says if there was compelling footage from 11/12, camera wouldn't it change her approach to all this? That's what I would think too. I mean, that's a good point. If there was compelling evidence proving that Brian didn't do this, I would think her defense would be a lot stronger and a lot like a whole different approach. I agree with you, Dan, on that one. That's what I'm wondering about. Does she have anything more than she's presented to us, or is she banking on the DNA thing that everybody's been talking about? Do you know what I mean? Hey, Phil.
In the beginning, she didn't want it. She said she didn't need it in the beginning. Remember?
Hey, Taylor, I see you. I know. I trust you. You're okay. That's a good point too, Dan. I think she would have had a completely different defense strategy with this, because it would be simple. He didn't do it, and I have proof that he didn't. Do you know what I mean? Instead of what seems to be, and I'm not taking one side or another, I'm just telling you what I'm observing. What seems to be what she's going with is she's looking for technicalities and loopholes in some senses. Don't get mad at me, anybody. I'm just saying that seems to be how she's bringing her defense. Okay,
I completely agree.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my only opinion. Nobody has to agree with me.
And how long? I mean, take into account how long it took them to come out with their alibi?
Well,
And
the alibi,
in
yeah.
the supposed alibi, and then also they're kind of adding to and then they added to the alibi. Like, is there another piece to it, or are they done, or like?
I would like to think. I mean, the alibi was kind of weak for me, and I've always leaned towards Brian being innocent more than guilty because of what I thought. But the alibi was kind of weak for me.
The alibi was a joke to me.
What I mean, they
It wasn't just weak; it was a joke.
right. So this is what I'm struggling with nowadays, you guys. Is I'm watching this go down with these motions and everything we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Who do we got here? Okay. Welcome, 12 Gauge. Good to see you tonight, brother.
What's going on, my man?
What's happening? Somebody in the background has to turn down because we're getting feedback from somebody else.
Who's that dude? 12 Gauge.
That
13 gauge.
Wait, that puts me now in the Alice box, and he's in the Mike Brady box, isn't he?
yes.
Or no, he's in the who's the mom on the Brady bunch?
Hollywood Squares.
21 gauge.
Hollywood Squares, yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I don't know.
What's going on, guys?
Not a whole lot, bud. Not a whole lot. Well, I'm going through some of these documents, 12 Gauge, and we're at the part where let me pull it back up. I don't know why I knocked it down, but thank you for joining us again. I appreciate all you guys up here. I love your guys' input on this. It kind of helps me in a way too to see certain things, but let me go back to the damn beginning on this one. This is where they're trying to suppress the Amazon stuff and all that, and we're talking about how they went about this illegally per se, which is why they're trying to suppress it. So my question was with this, okay, let's say that they find him, they convict him, okay, and it was done via something that was done illegally. I don't care. Don't do this right now. Jesus. Why? Anyway.
They trying to sell you something?
What's that? No, they're
trying to sell you something?
basically trying to get me to renew something, and I'm not. So basically, the man goes to trial. They're trying to convict him on this, but they have this here, and he's innocent. Okay, and he gets convicted based on partially with this information right here. It's wrong, but okay, there's that. So let's say the other direction is what I said originally. Sorry, I'm stuttering all over the place. My ADHD is going nuts right now. So let's say that the man did commit the murders, 12 Gauge, but this happened. They convicted him partially on illegal doing with an illegal process per se. Okay, what happens at that point? He did do it, but
how they got there was illegal.
How they got there was done illegally. So what's the deal with this? You see what I'm saying? That's obviously an appeal. But how do you look at it at that point? How do you feel about that?
Well, last night I did it live on this stuff right here, and we were talking about the Frank's motions.
Right.
And, we were kind of discussing it, and I was discussing it with some other people that I view as their opinion is really tremendous on these documents and everything. And they were saying that based on the evidentiary portion of it, it would be hard to even get a lot of the stuff to a hearing, much less thrown out.
Right.
So I mean,
that's
let me clarify what you were asking, okay? You were saying that if they found him guilty, but yet they did it in an illegal way to get the evidence, how would I feel about that? Is that what you were asking? Okay. Well, I would feel that way. I would feel like, as if that ever happened to anybody. I would be pissed off that they did it, behind the scenes type stuff. Nobody.
It goes against the Constitution, right? Right.
Of course.
But here's but here's the other side of this. Okay, let's say that this guy actually committed this crime, and there's some proof that they have. Okay, that said the prosecution comes out with this mind-blowing. Oh shit, that was him. But this still exists here. How do you think about it at that point?
Well, I mean, I've been pushing the narrative. People know how I stand on it. I believe he is guilty, but that's not a popular opinion to say or to even believe. But
Well, it doesn't matter in here. You're allowed to have whatever opinion you want, buddy.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that because it's not a popular one even on my channel. So
No, I get it.
Well, I don't blame you because there is, I mean, common sensely, there is a mountain of evidence against the man, and
That's how I see it.
And very suspicious.
They have
accusations. I mean, I don't blame people for thinking that he did it, but I do have other. I personally have other questions, but I mean, I understand. Right. I'm straight down the middle on this case, just like Dago is. I mean,
I've stated.
Am I not correct, Dago, that you're pretty in the middle on this?
Oh, I'm 100% in the middle because I haven't seen enough. I haven't seen enough of anything to prove to me that he was the one that was there doing this that night. That's all.
Well, let me clarify. When I said that I believe he's guilty, let me clarify when I said that I believe he's guilty. I'm not saying that he doesn't have the presumption of innocence at this point. I'm just saying that based on all the scenarios leading up that we know about, if there's much more behind the scenes that have been gagged, and we found out later on, I could be okay if he ended up guilty. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's guilty at this point. I could also be okay if he was innocent. I mean, nobody wants an innocent man to go to jail or go to prison.
That's where I'm at too.
Executed, that's how I stand on it. I mean,
especially in a DP case.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at too. Like I've said this before. I kind of hope that he's the one that did it after all of this. And he's been sitting there for 2 years, because I also want to believe in the justice system as well as law enforcement that they did what they're supposed to do. But
I wish they had more evidence on Richard Allen because they ain't going after anybody else.
They never did. That's the problem with that.
Yeah. But then in this case, like, I hope he's the guy because they ain't going after anybody else.
No, they haven't even mentioned.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Who said that?
JC did, and that's the difference with these two. There were other suspects in the Delphi case. There has been nobody else in this case but him, and that's why I've kind of had my doubts as to, did somebody else do this? How did they stick with him so tightly and have not one other suspect? And then again, like Mom said,
there's been other people talked about, but never were they mentioned as a person of interest or a suspect.
And they never came from law enforcement. They were, or they always came from YouTube or rumor. Okay,
society.
And the main question, the only thing, guys, that I have to me that puts guilt in my mind is the DNA on the knife sheath in the house. That's it. That's the only thing. But here at the same time, I question.
But why don't they have it anywhere else? But why
I know that. That's what I don't understand.
He pinged at the house. He pinged at the house on their Wi-Fi. His vehicle is seen on camera, or a vehicle like his. His DNA is at the scene. His DNA is at the scene. That's what everybody's all up in arms about the Delphi trial. They couldn't tie the DNA to Richard Allen. Well, right here in broad daylight, we have his freaking DNA at the crime scene under a body.
When you guys,
come on, how did they?
Well, hold on. The pings. I don't think it's you, Mom. I'm trying to see who is lighting up when I talk.
I think JC might need echo cancellation.
Stuff. I don't agree with that statement, and I'm not trying to be confrontational in another person's panel. You know how difficult it is to put DNA in a place where you don't even know who the person is, and you're saying that they planted the DNA there, not even knowing that it was Brian Koberger that did this, and you're saying that they planted his DNA there on the sheath when they didn't even know who the person was for a while, So I don't agree with your statement, but
the only way, in my opinion, that could have happened is if, yes, Brian owned the knife and somebody stole it from him and they were the ones that were in the house. That's the only way that makes sense to me. Okay. Because for the minimal amount of DNA that's on that sheath, where it was on the sheath, there's no way in hell somebody's going to take a Q-tip or a toothpick and get Brian's DNA and go stick it in that little thing purposely, shove it in there and place the sheath there. That just didn't make sense to me, you guys. That's a lot. Do you know what I mean? I'm not trying to sound like ignorant. That's just a lot. Now, if it wasn't Brian, and either Brian did own the knife at one point and somebody else touched it, had it, stole it from him, okay, or vice versa, something like that realm, then yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. But I just don't see that being what it is, because where's that other person? They've never talked about that other person. That other person's never been brought into this. So,
but wasn't there 2 other DNAs on the sheet that
I was getting ready to say that I do have issue with that other DNA that they couldn't process. I have questions about that.
Was it on the sheet though? I didn't think it was on the sheath. I thought it was.
No. It was at the scene around where the victims were, but it wasn't on the sheath. It was just at the scene.
Yeah, one was in the glove that I think Chris found that got out in the trash.
No. Completely different glove.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
So Dago, I want to.
Did they even test the glove that was found?
I'm sorry. Hold on, Terry. What did you say? 12 gauge. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Terry.
No, you're fine.
I was asking, what's the general consensus of the panel? I want to fit in. I don't want to be an outcast up here.
Well, no, I don't want that though. I want everybody to have their own personal opinions. I'm in the middle. Okay. I think Mom thinks he's guilty.
Can we ask a really quick question? Just, what is it that you guys, like Jeff, you guys have from day one have not moved from he did it. So can you explain to me? Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe we're all missing something. What makes you so sure?
I think well, one thing I was just going to say a second ago is that, like, imagine if they didn't have the Elantra on camera, on the Linda Lane camera or the light bulb camera, and it was BK who did it. I'm thinking he gets away with it. Because what do they have? They have DNA of some unknown person on a knife sheath. How do they even look his direction? Which is why one of the things I think, other than the camera seeing the white Elantra, I think that female police officer that had Brian tell her all about crosswalks or lack of crosswalks in Pennsylvania.
right.
That happened exactly 30 days before the murders.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking the bolo goes out, be on the lookout for an Elantra, a white Elantra. I'm thinking if that woman's memory is anything like my wife's, she never forgets anything. She's like, oh man, I remember talking to a kind of a weird guy in a white Elantra. I remember I looked up the code for crosswalks and turning at crosswalks. I remember even that the dispatcher, for a moment, wrongly said Sonata because I think she saw SDN on his registration, Hyundai sedan, SDN, but she thought the SDN was SON, and I think she mistakenly said Sonata.
That's a good possibility.
Yeah, the police officer corrects the dispatcher, said, no, it should be Elantra. And she's like, oh, my bad, basically, is what the dispatcher says. But white Elantra, seeing it, lack of a license plate, which I think on the front of the car, that narrows it down from the 20,000 possible Elantras, even though, as Viviana pointed out, there's 28,000 people in the area, and they saying 20,000 Elantras. I think it's just, that doesn't quite math, but I think it narrows down the Elantra. I think they found the Elantra. Just so happens the owner of that Elantra over there in Washington has bushy eyebrows. It happens to match Dylan's description and physical build of him. The DNA is there. I think they follow him. I'm thinking they followed him all the way to Pennsylvania, thinking that they could get some DNA on him, test it, find out, shoot, this is the wrong guy. It's not him. Pack it up, boys. Let's go home. But no, there's like, well, shoot, what are the chances his dad is a match? His dad's DNA from the trash is a match to that knife sheath DNA. What are the chances? This has got to be the guy. And then all those pings, of just being around, I don't.
That to me, are you talking about the 12 pings?
Yeah, yeah, and only one of them was during the day, right? All 11 of them are like, wee hours of the morning or the night.
That to me doesn't hold a candle.
You know what that says to me? It suggests to me, okay, 11 surveillances at night, because that's when I'm going to commit the crime. Let me do one during the day just so I can see where the damn roads go when I'm making my drive out of there. Let me just see with all these roads and my possible routes,
Sure.
So I hope that answers the question of why I kind of lean towards his.
Yeah, it
And I
does.
just lean. All I'm doing is leaning because I don't know. None of us know. This is just like a TV show where they said, okay, we've just shown you something that's got a duck bill. It's got webbed feet. It's about yay high with feathers. And you guess what it is. And you're about to say you think it's a duck because you're leaning towards duck. And they'll say, we'll be right back after this. And we'll give you the answer in August of next year. So it's kind of like that.
Right.
So all I can do is sit here and say and hold on to, I'm pretty sure it's duck. And okay, until August of next year, let's just
When it
talk
walks
about it.
like
And
a
I'm going to
duck.
share that it's a duck. It walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Sure
But
seems
we'll
like a
see if
duck.
But it's a
Doesn't have the
chicken.
DNA. It's got the DNA of a chicken, though. What the heck?
Right. No, I got you. Bobby says, real quick, my question is why there is DNA on the brass button that is conducive of maintaining DNA, but no DNA on the leather portion of the sheath that is conducive of maintaining DNA.
Well, a lot of people were saying that the brass of the DNA, the knife sheath, would make it impossible for the DNA to survive. Now, I did
I've heard that.
call. I called K-Bar. There's a woman there. I think her name was Elizabeth that I talked to. She said that they put something they call it pink enamel, which I assume that's kind of like a paint or a paint covering on the sheath button. So now she didn't have any opinion on whether that would make DNA last longer on it. She didn't want to get involved in any of that. But that was just something I thought worth sharing. That whole issue of the DNA not surviving on brass kind of came and went.
Yeah,
just like many
it didn't
other
last
things.
very long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it well,
When did they find the sheath?
from my understanding, it was on the second pass.
Well, it's written it twice, right? I mean,
What's that?
I thought that there was like one of the law enforcement saw it right away, and another person didn't. It was written in the you know what I'm talking about, PCA.
I'm trying to remember right now as you're saying it because I haven't looked at the PCA in a long time.
I mean,
I tried.
Yeah, I
to
know.
the other
I
day,
know.
but-
I've seen what people argue
This
that
has
are
been
on the
we've
covert or
probably
innocent side is that, yeah, there was somebody that was saying, well, they thought that it was a single officer alone went in there, planted it, and then it was the second pass where he's like, hey, look, look, a knife sheath. That wasn't there before, was it? I personally think that the officers going in there, like some of these officers, wasn't it they said that experienced PTSD after seeing this crime scene? I think going in there, you're going to notice the damage to these poor young people's bodies. And then later you're going to see details like, oh, there's something sticking out from under Maddie's leg.
Mhm.
And get this, none of us, I don't think, know the color of Maddie's bed comforter. If that comforter is a light brown, then I wonder if it's possible that it was kind of, if the knife sheath is in any way a similar color to the blanket or to, it's possible. It was what?
It was what?
that it could have been camouflaged in the first time.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have been able to see it right.
Yeah, I just think probably harder to see. Hopefully they have body cams of all of that to that we can watch.
Well, okay, so let's go with this direction real quick since we're in this conversation now. And I appreciate all you guys being here and everybody's input in the chat as well. This is a great conversation. I love these. So we have his DNA inside the snap on the sheath. Okay. That's it. That's the only place that we've been told his DNA exists. Now, with that being said, we were told there is absolutely no DNA from any one of the 4 victims. 4 people murdered. That's a lot of fluids, folks. A lot of blood, a lot of this, that, and everything else. Not one speck has been found on anything that Brian owns. That's where that's what pushed me so far to the side towards him as being innocent.
Yep.
That I can't imagine that. Okay, I really can't imagine that. That's where I struggle there. So I can't get past that. How is that possible? Okay, because nobody's that.
They did explain it though. They said that they explained that away, and they said that he could have had a KILL kit, and he could have plastic down his vehicle.
When did he? I don't see him having time to do that.
But I was gonna say, like, he
the
had
kill
to,
kit thing makes no sense to me.
you really, really have to pre-plan this. I mean, which I don't know if he could have or not. I'm not inside the mind of Brian Koberger.
Seems like with his bad luck of being pulled over so often, I don't know that he'd want to be pulled over and the cop would say, "Wow, my grandmother used to cover her seats like this on all her furniture. What's up with that? You seem 100%. A little young to be doing that."
Right,
but
exactly.
He's also a criminology student, so.
But I do think that he could have used a. I think his name is Roger Land 99. He had a 14-page theory that he has shared around. And he had said that he used to, as a surfer, they would take a big plastic bin at the back of the vehicle, strip down of everything that was sandy inside the bin, step out, and then, basically, so it's a bin full of sand. So the same idea is what he wondered with blood. You strip down inside a plastic bin, put it in the trunk. When you get in the car, you're naked, you're, maybe in your underwear, and maybe you have a little blood on your face. So you just don't touch your face.
So if we go with that theory, Jeff, and nothing against what you're saying, I absolutely respect it. So Brian Koberger drove around 4 different loops around, whatever he did, got out of the car with his little tub, took it up to the back door, set it down, walked in the house, murdered 4 people, come back through, stepped in his tub, stripped naked, picked up his tub, walked to his car, sat it in the trunk, and drove away.
That's ridiculous. Who would come up with that, though?
No.
Come on now.
I mean,
well, that's why, originally I thought, and I got a lot of heat for it being a shower curtain because they said, "Oh, Jeff with the shower curtain." But if you were to walk up to the back of somebody's house and throw down a tarp, I mean, could you would you do that? Because then if somebody came up and said, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" It's like, "Oh, these are just a friend of mine. I'm going to be painting their house next week. I just was leaving this here." You got a way to kind of explain it. But I'm assuming that you're saying the bin is at the back of his car because they didn't find any footprints from the back of the door to his car.
I meant that he dropped it right at the back door as he walked in, just to leave it sit there to walk, prepare so that when he walks back to the back door, he's going to step right into it, and that's that.
Right. Which maybe. I mean, when I was thinking it was a tarp, that's how I viewed it. But once I kind of thought, okay, maybe a bin makes more sense. I pictured that being at his car, not at the house. But that does mean that he's walking from the back of the house, potentially with stuff on his feet, to the car.
And I think potentially there would be a very high potential. You know what I'm saying? With as much stuff, he'd be sliding all over the place, in my opinion. But I don't know. Yes.
How about how they have those white HVAC suits that they're wearing?
Yeah, but the Tyvek suits. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I got you, but here's the thing. Guess what? Dylan didn't see that. Dylan saw somebody clad in black, if we go with the PCA, and bushy eyebrows. There was no Tyvek suit mentioned.
So you spray paint the suit. They're paper. You spray paint it black to match your outfit.
Yeah.
I'm just being a smart ass.
Great. Yeah.
I love
Maybe they come in black.
You can get them in black. I've seen them, but I'm
not laughing at you. I mean, that'd be ingenious right there.
I get it, but the kill kit.
What if he wore that under the black stuff? Strip the black stuff off, put it in a trash bag, then strip that down, and then had clothing underneath, and then walked out with a trash bag, threw it in the back of its Elantra, and drove off at a high rate of speed. At 423.
Well, then I'm going to speak to the timeline then.
Okay.
Again, I still think that the timeline, I've always struggled with the timeline. This man went inside, walked straight upstairs, and I'm giving you my theory. Went upstairs, goes in the bedroom, attacks Maddie. She's sleeping, I think. And I still think that Kaylee was in her room with her dog. I think we've talked about this before. And the dog started going a little nuts because they heard something in the room. She goes to check on it. She interacts and fights back. That's a scuffle. That's going to be heard downstairs by everybody, I would think, until she's unfortunately deceased. He turns around and goes downstairs and interacts with those two. There's a scuffle between both of them, I would think. Okay, we know that Xana for sure had defensive wounds. So again, this takes time off of this
Do you
9-minute
Do
timeline.
you think Xana was first or Ethan was first?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
That's where I really struggle. I'm like, did he run into Xana in the in the hallway when she was getting her DoorDash, and
Could
then
have.
run
Could
her into the bedroom, and then there's Ethan? Or
Well,
did
we
he
also got to remember that they were both found in the room, as according to the PCA, if we go with that. Okay.
Mhm.
So they were both in the room. Xana did have multiple defensive wounds. Didn't say anything about Ethan having them, but Xana did. And yes, Bill, that was talked about at one point, 2 or more weapons. I don't know where to go with that, but I'm sure he didn't have multiple weapons on him like a ninja or something. So you only have one person.
Dago, at the beginning, they were talking about how he was associated with that tape. Goon. You remember the Goon tape?
Yeah.
I was just thinking, what if he was clad all in black, had the Goon tape strapped around the cuffs of every area that could potentially blow out DNA, because as we're spreading DNA every step we take, you take that Goon tape and you wrap it around you. I mean, what a better way to wipe off DNA off a knife than to stick it on a piece of Goon tape, wipe it off on the tape, tear it off, take it with you.
I mean, these are all possibilities, folks. They are.
Well,
absolutely.
Of course.
That's a good one. But I'm still, whatever this timeline is that he did this in 9 minutes, I'm still struggling with how he had time to do anything other than go in and come out and drive away.
So what time do you think he's going in, Dago?
I've done videos where they say, you can possibly stab somebody. I don't know what your guidelines are on your channel.
You can say whatever you want to say. Say whatever you're saying. I don't have any.
I've done videos where I've shown that people can actually be stabbed 5 times per second. So I mean, it's humping it. So people say, well, there's not enough time, But if you're determined to do something, you're gonna get it done.
I get it.
I think it can be done in 45 seconds to a minute.
Well, let's talk about that real quick then. Okay. And I think, to answer your question, Jeff, I think, was it 4:08? He was inside the house, in my opinion, from what I understood from the PCA and stuff. Okay, I think that's.
That last pass by the Linda Lane camera, if that's him, it was 4:07:30. So that gives him 30 seconds. So what if you rounded it up to say 4:09 that he's in the house, and then there's a car speeding away at like 4:21? What's that?
Right.
That's 11 minutes total.
And then Xana's on Snapchat at 4:12.
4:12. Yep.
Yeah, Xana's on 4:12. There's a thud heard at 4:17. Car speeding away at 4:21. Right? I think 4:21.
That's a lot.
PCA might say 4:20.
Yeah.
What if I do this? Just for a experiment, I'm going to set an alarm to go off in 10 minutes. All right, and we're going to talk, and we're going to see how much time we cover and how long 10 minutes actually is. All right, I'm going to hit start right now.
Okay. How do we know that you're doing it? You're not
10
on
minutes,
camera.
10 minutes from
Get
now.
on camera and show us.
Wait, hold on. Here you go.
I believe him.
Okay.
All right, we've gone 10 seconds so far. There you
Show
go.
the receipts.
Believe everything, trust nothing.
If 12 gauge doesn't trust me, then we got trouble. Maybe I am untrustable.
So he went in the door, went directly upstairs, did what he did with Maddie. I think that Kaylee interrupted. She tried to stop him, fought back. She ended up in the corner on the bed. He turns around and heads back downstairs, interacts with those two. One of them probably was getting the DoorDash or there was talk of Ethan possibly being in the bathroom at that point too. Excuse me. And then that scenario happens. And they both are in the bedroom at that point. So there was something whether they interacted in the hallway and ended up in the bedroom, or he went in the bedroom with them and did something like that, that's still to be known. Then he goes out, walks past Dylan's room, and out the door he goes, and he's done.
You were okay. My question is this though: how could you not know that there was a struggle going on? And
That's my biggest problem, JC.
Call the police. I don't want to blame her, but why, Dylan? Why?
Well, because you don't call the police on what sounds to you like somebody playing with the dog upstairs, and then the other thing you hear across the hall is a whimper and crying, and then a male voice. Maybe she thought at the time it was Ethan saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So you got a relationship struggle going on across the hall. It's like, do you really go get involved with Ethan and Xana's relationship things going on where there's possibly some crying, and maybe he said it's a. But what I'm suggesting to you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm just suggesting that sounds like the dog's upstairs. Hey, that sound stopped. I can go to sleep now. Sounds like a relationship struggle going on across the hall. Hey, that's stopped too. I can go to sleep now. 8 hours later, they're asking me what? What kind of questions are you asking me? My roommates are what? Holy crap.
Well, didn't she get a little freaked out when she saw him?
Black?
Well, hold on. Hold on, Terry, 1 second. Let's go with what you just said, Jeff. Once we figured out the layout, we've done multiple things with the inside of the house here.
The layout of the house is crazy to me.
Maddie's room was right here, basically above.
Right directly above Dylan, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that what happened up there, knowing what we know, that Kaylee was stabbed 50 some odd times, Maddie was stabbed more than once too, there was a struggle going on where I can imagine, knowing the Gonsalves family, that Kaylee really put up a fight. Okay, I'm gonna say that. And we know that she was in really bad shape after the fact. Okay, her face and everything was just. I hate saying these things, but it's fact.
He was that many times.
There was a lot. Okay, so all that happened up there, and that just sounded like somebody playing with a dog.
Well, when I've seen my dog is bigger. It's a German Shepherd Husky mix. But when he jumps up on the bed because he got through the door, and he jumps up, and especially if he jumps up on there when there's clean laundry I've just folded, and me and my wife are trying to get him, like, get out, and he's running in circles. He's having a ball. He's just loving it. Personally, I could see, especially this. Now, this is something Tom Van said on a 12-gauge show the other night, that if Kaylee was in the same bed, because I was with you, Dago, I always thought Kaylee came from across the hall. If she's in the same bed and they're both under a comforter, I can picture Kaylee trying to scooch out from under the comforter. I could see him using the pillow to shut her up. I can see him using the hammer end of the knife to do serious damage quickly, shutting it up and making that whole bed. I mean, like you're saying, it does seem like that bed should sound like The Exorcist, all the stuff that happened in The Exorcist in that bed, right? But I think that if I hate to say it, but I think Maddie probably went quick. I'm assuming she was already asleep, and then he had to deal with Kaylee, who was, I think, awake. But I think she was scooching to get out from under the comforter and get away. And then once they're unalived, I think it's pretty quiet. And I'm thinking at that time, too, the last thing this guy is thinking of doing is I'm going to turn the light on in the room so I can try and find my sheath. If he's even realized at that point that he doesn't have it. He probably didn't realize it.
Well, let me ask you guys a question.
I think you're muted, Dago.
I keep doing that. Sorry. Go ahead at 12-gauge.
I'm not trying to take over the chat, lady.
No. That's why we're doing this. This is
a help.
I have a question. When I hear these four victims, it's almost like they knew what was coming, the way people describe it. If you've ever cut your finger on a paper cut, it hurts like hell, doesn't it? And that's unexpected. So your body kind of goes into shock. So imagine not knowing what's going on in the house, and you hear certain things, and next thing you know, you hear your best friend across the hall. There's all this noise going on. And then out of the blue, you walk in there and you get struck like 5 times with a knife and you go into shock. There's not going to be a whole lot of fight. It's going to be so traumatic. It's going to be almost instantaneous,
if that's how it happened, though. I agree with you. You're right.
And why the overkill on Kaylee?
I'm sorry.
Why the overkill?
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
50
if she was
stabs.
trying to fight him, then
He was in a rage.
yeah, that or she's trying to fight him and it pissed him off and he's fighting her off. So
Right.
that would
Yeah, he
explain-
knows the noise that she makes can the jig's up for him.
which I still think there was noise made, and I think if that's another thing. Ethan and Xana are right down the stairs there. They didn't hear all that too.
But if there was noise and Dylan heard noise, why didn't she? I could see her describing like, man, it did sound like a fight going on upstairs. I thought to do something, but I didn't.
We gotta stick
And she
to
said,
what the PCA said, Jeff.
no,
She
I know,
said
but what
she
I'm saying
said-
is that that's not what she said. So what she did say, it sounded like someone playing with a dog. So her
Yeah.
description of it is something that is innocuous. But if it had been sound like a fight and I should have done something, then it would be like, okay, yes, she did hear something. She admitted to hearing something out of the ordinary, something that she should have gotten involved with, something that she should call somebody. Nobody's going to
So
call
those of
somebody
you
over
with
somebody
dogs,
playing with the
if you
dog.
if you hear your dog right now running through the house or your loved one playing with the dog, are you going to call the cops thinking that there's a murder going on in the other room?
No.
No, of course not.
No, you're not. And I'm not
Well, I
trying to poke fun at anybody's theories, but you know, to be fair, she's 19 years old. They're not the most clear-headed people on the planet. They're not thinking about danger. Psychologically, they're invincible in their mind. So it doesn't matter what is presented before them. They're not thinking, I could die at any minute or there's something nefarious going on in the next room.
No, because at
Is that not true?
when I was 19, like I didn't think nothing was happening. You know, I would never think something like that was happening. And I went.
I would think if I had noisy roommates like that too, I'd grab my noise canceling headphones and put them on, go back to bed. And I wonder if there's any chance that she owned any.
So we're gonna let's. So neither do you guys not think that there was screaming and yelling and thumping and
I don't
slamming?
think so.
Then
She
Okay.
had to hear it. She says, or they say that she stood out. She was yelling at him to keep it down.
or there's
correct?
that too.
Right.
But-
She probably, I mean, it could be the sounds of sex happening up there. It could be a drinking game. It could be, it's a soror, you know, it's a college town. They could be doing all kinds of stuff upstairs. But I think the last thing on her mind is there's somebody up there coming to end the lives of two of my roommates. I just, you know, that's the last thing you're going to think.
That is the last thing I would ever think of.
Well, see, I'm gonna pull the PCA up. Okay, that way we can just refer directly to that as we're having this conversation because that's what we're supposed to do.
And we have to go off of what the PCA says and what Dylan said. Because that's
100%,
basically all we got. And if she doesn't describe it as a fight and she doesn't describe it as, you know, anything abnormal, then heck, why should we take it as anything else?
Hey, Pebbles, what does salacious mean? I'm going to show my ignorance right here. I'm going to prove to everybody I'm not a Fed. I don't even know what the word salacious means.
How salacious?
Does anybody else? Or you all recording?
I don't think I do right now. I've heard
thank
it
you, Dago.
before.
I appreciate that. You're just trying to make me feel comfortable.
No, I'm factual. I've heard it before, but I can't put it together right now. Why would
I know
Kaylee?
what-
Oh, sorry. Hold on, Phil.
There's fellatio. I mean, yeah.
I've heard of Helly.
See, this is what Bobby brings up is why I went to this theory, folks. They found the dog locked in her bedroom. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I always wondered why or how, because this dog, she was very close to this dog, and I'm sure that the killer's not going to lock the dog in a room. I'm sure that the killer's not going to go near the dog.
Hey, there's a 10-minute mark. The 10 minutes alarm's going off, just letting you know.
Oh,
That's
okay.
a lot. We discussed quite a bit in 10 minutes.
Yes, we did. That's true. And it could very well have happened in 10 minutes, folks. I'll give you that. I'll say that. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I'll be right back.
Yeah, my theory has always been that she was across the hall with the dog. That seemed to make sense. But I could see, you know, you don't want to leave the door open because then the dog's going to go downstairs into the kitchen. You know, you don't know what kind of unsafe stuff that drunks have left for the dog to eat or ingest, you know.
And, you know, that brings up a point that I'm trying to figure out. I was watching an interview with Christy and Steve a few days ago, and they were talking about how they're driving Kaylee's car now. And Christy even said that that Murphy's crate was still in the back of her truck. So here's my question is, as you said, people are coming and going through the house, right? At all times. When they're not there, when Kaylee's not there, does she crate him in the room?
You know, like with my dog, we used to, when we first got him, it was in the crate. It was actually latched. But after a couple, maybe 6 months or so, I realized he's a very smart dog. And we decided to just leave the door open all the time. Now he just goes in there. He does still sleep in there, but he roams the house.
Pebble said the crate was in her car. So,
yeah, I wonder what time. I mean, I don't know when they put the crate in the car, or if it was something they did use in the house before the murders.
Taken out.
It sounds.
But
like
I mean,
she
maybe
never
it's
took it
used
out.
to.
So did Jack have?
Maybe it's just for transporting in a car. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I get it that you went from crate train to not. But here's the thing: this, you don't live in a house that people that don't give a rat's butt about the dog are coming and going at all times.
Right.
So
letting the dog go out the front door, back door,
Yeah.
and
I mean, that happened to me when I was in college. I had a dog, and some people came back for homecoming and stayed with us, and they let the dog out. The dog got out and got hit by a car and died. So what I'm trying to say is,
gosh.
well, I mean, I'm not. That was a long time ago, but I mean, if that happened, I would definitely take some precaution and put him in a crate, especially if she had the crate. So I'm wondering if Murphy was even there. Did Jack have Murphy? Were those the reasons that they were calling him?
Well, they found
but
the
they
dog
found him
in the house
he was in the room.
So he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Okay.
He was found by the police when they got there in that room, locked inside the room. Salacious means that you have a very creative mind, Jeff.
Oh man, I'm glad I didn't take it as a I thought it meant something that, like, what an awful person you are, Jeff.
And you use your Pebbles would never say that to you.
I was thinking it was like, you got a perverted mind, Jeff. That's
very creative. You're very creative, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
But okay, so wait a minute. I just had a thought and I lost it. Damn it. Oh, so let's go back to what you said though, Jeff, real quick, where you said that she probably wouldn't be worried about anything if she's maybe thinking that the dog was being played with upstairs and there was maybe an argument next door, whatever. Why was she standing there in a frozen shock phase then?
Yeah, it's the definition of that frozen shock phase is critical. Because I think, does that mean, this is ridiculous, I know, but does that mean I'm a 19-year-old, I'm attractive, why this guy walked past me like I was damn invisible? What an insult. But I don't think it's that. But it just shows that it could be, because I mean, there is, if you read the PCA, there is like, she locks her door. There's like an implication there that she's fearful because of what she just saw. Well, but then again, that's what the Payne is, or whoever wrote those words, that's their recounting of what she has said in the interview, which I sure hope that her interview is recorded. I sure hope there's more to it than just what we read here.
Yes, and I sure hope that they get on the stand. That's another one. But let me read this real quick. DM Dylan Mortensen stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Now, let's not forget that, okay? That she had stated that she heard somebody say, "I think somebody's here," okay? Dylan stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Dylan's room. Or, I'm sorry, from Xana's. Dylan then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," which I'll never understand. But okay.
Hey, Dago, also point out, too, if I could have a nickel every time somebody quotes that as, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." Even Drunk Turkey did tonight. I mean, it says, "I'm going to help you."
That's right. You're right. Absolutely.
Just pointing that out.
It's okay, I'm going to
help you. No, you said it.
You
said it right, but I'm just was pointing that out.
But that could mean two different things, okay?
Right, I'm here to help you sounds like an officer is there. I mean, and who knows? This could be this guy's sick method. Like, you don't expect somebody coming up on you, and then they come up and say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," and you're like, "What?" Boom, and
Yeah,
you're being
right.
hit by a knife.
It
It could
cuts
be
you
just a
pretty
sick
low.
method of just throwing you off. Like, what is going? Is this a joke? Are you a friend of Ethan's?
Yeah. No, good point. But okay, so here we are. It's okay, I'm going to help you. And then at approximately 4:17 a.m., the security camera located at 11:12, a residence immediately to the northwest of 11:22 picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times. Well, there's your extra proof that the dog's in the house too, Terry. Starting at 4:17, the security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. So that audio could have been.
Do we really think that was the only dog barking they caught on that camera with the 4:17?
Well, what I'm saying is, if it went along with those other sounds coming from that house, it would make sense.
Right, but
So
you don't
did
think the
Dylan
dog
say this?
started barking when the person entered the residence?
Well, I don't think the dog probably started barking until it heard something happening up there across from it. You know what I mean? Because if he was quiet when he came in,
You know what needs to happen? And I'll just say Willie brought this up a long time ago, is that they need to put Brian with Murphy and see how Murphy reacts to Brian. To see because you know how, like, if something bad has happened between its owner and somebody, the dog is going to have a sense. And if something bad happened with Koberger, he would know that. He would recognize Koberger.
If he interacted with Koberger, though.
If he interacted with him, he would know.
Maybe the Gonsalves need to make him a service dog and take him to court with them.
But wouldn't it be interesting to see how Murphy reacts around Brian, if he has any reaction at all, or if he? And I think, Jeff, maybe you were in on that conversation too at one point. I don't know, but it would be interesting to see if Murphy gets defensive around him or if he just doesn't change at all. I think that would say a lot.
Well, okay.
But I can imagine a scenario where they'd even allow that. I mean, Anne wouldn't allow. It's like the glove. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Right.
Like if the dog doesn't bark, you must disembark.
I don't think they would. But here's the thing: let's think about the dog in that situation you just explained. That dog is used to that house having, like, the party the night before had over 100 people there, and I'm sure there were other parties. That dog's used to all these people.
As a party dog.
Party dog.
So, he's not gonna probably get upset. So here's the thing. What set him off to start barking or getting upset that night? Was there somebody screaming, which got him going? Okay. Did he hear Kaylee screaming, which is his owner, that could have upset him? Because he's probably used to hearing screaming, yelling, dancing, music, slamming, blah, blah, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. So I don't think it would excite him.
I think the point that Dago was trying to make, though, is that or not Dago. Gosh, I keep doing that. 12 Gauge is trying to make is that the dog could have been barking prior to 4:17. Doesn't necessarily mean this was when the barking started.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's when the video clip started, and maybe it's because it was triggered. Maybe this camera. I don't know how this camera works, but it might be triggered by motion. So a dog barking isn't going to trigger the camera, but a car driving by triggers it. The dog happens to be barking in the background. It gets picked up by the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that can make sense.
The fact it says distorted audio is interesting. I wonder if when they said it picked up distorted, where was it? Distorted audio, it sounded like voices. I wonder if they actually meant muffled, like behind the walls of a house. Because distorted means that you're way up close on the mic and you're yelling into it, like it's really loud. I think they probably meant muffled.
Well, and that's what I was wondering, because here's what I was thinking when this first came out, Jeff. I think you might have been in here and we talked about this. 50 feet away or not, I know that the walls to this house sucked. They were garbage. It was a shitty house, the way it was built and all that, so on and so forth, whatever. But it's still, there's walls between this. And this camera, it's just a camera 50 feet away. It would definitely have to be distorted, in my opinion, or muffled. But it had to have came from Xana's bedroom, at least in my opinion, because of the direction of the camera. But what if the window was open in her room or cracked a little bit or something? That would make it way louder than it should have been, and help to give that sound more, I think.
Right.
Um,
I could see that. I could see that.
that would be something else, but I don't know. That's just a guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That was something I thought about way back then. So I don't know. You are pretty good with cameras. I mean, would you imagine a camera on the outside of somebody's home picking up sound?
Well, now that camera is on the side of the little blue house 1112, but it is facing King Road. So it does have actually a little bit of itself, that house, its own house, in the path of the line of sight to Xana's room. So, but I can still see that Xana's room would be picked up by that. It is 50 feet away. It's not like the Linda Lane camera that is a football field away. It's like, I think I measured on Google Earth that it's like 107 yards from the camera, Linda Lane camera, to the sliding glass door of the kitchen. So roughly, we just say 100 yards, football field away.
Yeah.
With a giant. I'll give Bubbly Waters the credit for calling those buildings the Twinkies. Those two Queen Road apartment buildings that are like long Twinkies. That building is in between the camera and where the noise would be coming from. The owner of the Linda Lane camera himself said in an email to me that he didn't see that camera picking up anything from inside that house.
No way.
Considering the building. And considering I think he even mentioned the retaining wall, the trees. I mean,
right.
So,
and it was like an echo chamber. When Rory went there, and we were live on Rory's panel that day, he went there and walked around and was talking and yelling a little bit here and there. There's no way in hell it would have made sense. You know what I mean? So, anyway, go ahead, JC. I'm sorry.
It's funny because I was just looking at the map tonight, and the Linda Lane footage are the Queen Road apartments in the way of there's something that's in the way between Linda Lane and the residence. Isn't there something that's in the way of? It's one
of the Queen Road apartment buildings. I think it's the longer of the two. Is in between.
Yeah.
Is like
kind of blocking it, but there is like a little tiny like sliver of a view that you could have, but mainly. I mean, to me,
not from back there. You have to go all the way down and around, JC, to get to that corner before you'll see anything.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So the house is blocked from the Linda Lane footage.
Right. You can't see the murder house on the Linda Lane footage.
I didn't think
everybody knows in 5 minutes this is going to bounce out and I have to come back in because I have some kind of a ghost in my system. So just be prepared if I disappear.
Oh yeah, is it at 11:22 or 10:22?
No, 10:22 since we set the clocks back.
Set the clocks back, it's 10:22 now.
But yeah, I never believed that anybody, and I've heard so many crazy stories. I heard a thump and a scream and a this and a that from Linda Lane. I went, no, you didn't. You couldn't have. I'm sorry. That just doesn't make any sense. Now, if there was something on the outside, sure, maybe, but not clearly. What's up, Randy? Good to see you tonight, bud.
Right. The clarity of the sound that you're hearing. I'm sorry, Randy. We're in quick thought. The clarity of the sound that you're hearing can help you determine how far away the sound is coming from. If I'm sitting way back away from my microphone, it sounds like this. Right. But if I'm right up on it, then I'm probably the sound of the neighbor right above the camera.
Exactly.
The balcony at Linda Lane, right? So that's
what
I look at it.
Pretty much guarantee what people were hearing was anything that was within 5 yards of that camera itself. That, you know what I mean? That's what I think everybody was hearing. So go ahead, Randy. I'm sorry, bud.
I was just going to say, just in my opinion, as many videos that I watched, I just don't see anything in the Linda Lane videos that has anything to do with this. That's just my opinion. I just don't see it. Reflections. There's reflection videos like
the only thing I saw that could have related to this was a vehicle driving around the building, and it could have been his car. I don't know for a fact that it was or it wasn't, but it could have been. It could have been his car, but that's the only thing in that video that I saw or heard that relates to the murders, in my opinion.
You know, the thing that I think of is that consider the timestamps in the sightings of the suspect vehicle one and the PCA. Every one of those timestamps is just about a minute before what you see on the Linda Lane camera. So that's why I think that the PCA is written using visuals from the light bulb camera right there at King and Queen. And then if you think about it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Linda Lane footage came out long after the PCA. So the Linda Lane footage could have come out and contradicted everything that was in the PCA, but it actually supports everything in the PCA by the timestamps. You see the car come in, according to the PCA, with I assume is a light bulb camera, and then you see the car shortly after come into the view on Linda Lane. It's almost like watching, like I say, the Macy's Day Parade. Snoopy's balloon is at 42nd Street. Hold on. There he is. It's at 43rd Street. Now he's at 44th. You know, you can tie. And I'm saying, man, if we just had the light bulb camera for us to be talking about and looking at, and I could easily put it on screen and sync it up so that you see them both at the same time. You see him come in, you see him out of view for a moment, and then you see him come back into view coming around the Queen Road Apartments.
Do it, Jeff. Do it, Jeff.
I wish I could. I wish I could. How much do we have to offer the people of 1112 King to offer them? Can we do a GoFundMe to say, hey, can you share the footage with us?
Right.
Did anybody hear that, speaking of sharing the footage, that what's his face? I believe it was Perky went to the homes around there and asked them told them not to tell the police anything and not to share. I'm just wondering
say that again.
I've heard, you know, unfortunately, I don't know what's right or what's a rumor or what's fake, but I heard that Perky had told people to go to or walk around.
Perky?
Yeah.
Who's Perky? Who's Perky? Sorry.
Perky.
Shannon Perky, or not Shannon, I'm sorry. Is it Steve Perky?
I'm trying to remember, Terry. It's been so long. Does that name sound familiar to anybody else?
Are you talking about Drunk Turkey?
No. Here we go. We're about to go down. I'll be right back, guys. Keep going, though. Don't worry about me.
All right.
Jeff, you know who Perky is, right?
No, I don't know who Perky is, my dear.
Well, is he the landlord there of 1122?
Oh, Kane Francetic?
Yeah, but
there's
a Perky too. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, I heard that they went to, one of them went and knocked on doors of the houses and said not to share anything with the police. Now that could be a complete rumor. I do not know, but I just am curious.
I never heard any. Never heard any of that. I wouldn't be surprised if that guy. Remember that guy Jeremy that lived on the corner there? I mean, they did a lot of interviews with him, and then everybody was like looking at him as if he did it. I'm sure he probably might have gone around to the neighbor and said, "Hey, little advice: don't talk to nobody." You're trying to help, and then they turn you into like suspect number two.
He had nothing to do with it, man.
Right.
In my opinion.
I don't know what happened at 12 gauge, but if you're in here, bud, you can come back up.
It's too bad that guy Jonathan kind of reminded me, at least, of Stephen McDaniel. Remember that case?
Right.
Yeah.
Where it just he kind of talked like him, and I don't know. It was unfortunate for him that he got like thrown under the bus like that.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Very much so. Well, okay. I guess let's move a little bit further on into this because I wanted to get this into. Drunk Turkey did a show. Was it earlier or was it last night? Hold on a minute.
Well, last night would have been earlier.
Well, yeah.
Sorry. I mean,
you're good. I think
it's like a photograph, right? The comedian said that every photograph taken is of the past.
Right.
I think Mom is just sitting here, just taking note of absolutely everything that we're talking about.
She's quiet. She's always quiet. You still here, Mom? Or did we put you to sleep again?
Who?
Nope.
Ball
I
ring.
don't fall asleep, Mom.
Oh, that's it. Jerry, thank you. Scott Perky and Dan Estes. They were the owners of the house. That's right. You're right, Terry. I got you now. Now I do remember. I knew the name, but I couldn't place it. So there we go.
Oh my God.
Now those two are some
And I don't
Yeah.
think they had anything to do with anything, truly, in my opinion. To do something like that, I don't. Because here's the thing: if somebody would have done that, Terry, and then law enforcement canvasses the area and says, "Hey, by the way, this guy just came by here and said, don't say nothing to the police or anybody if they come by," they'd have went right for that guy. You know what I mean? So
I'm looking to see
Right.
where I heard
Right.
that. Why did okay? So
there was a lot of
we already
ridiculous.
had- I'm going to change real quick, but go a different direction. But did she? Okay, so his car was the one of the security guards found it. Is that right? He was parked in the campus parking lot in Washington, and they went
Yeah,
out.
one of the
and
WSU
yeah,
He was
Campus
parked in,
security.
campus.
he was parked in his parking lot, and they drove through and saw the car. Yeah.
okay. I'm just wondering why they used stock footage and instead just took pictures of the car that they're saying is definitely the
I've-
car that's going around.
I've always assumed that the reason they did stock footage, I mean, imagine you're the killer. It's like, I wonder if they're onto me. It's like, holy crap, they got a picture of my car. You know, that would instantly, you'd be like, hey, Dad, come on, we'll hurry up. We're going to Pennsylvania a little sooner than I thought. Sorry to make jokes. It's not.
No,
I
that's
make jokes about
fair.
everything.
That makes sense.
No, I mean,
Do you guys think that the like I asked in chat earlier, do you think that the DoorDasher and the killer seen each other or crossed paths?
I think that might have been it. I think if the DoorDasher would have seen anybody, that would have been in the PCA.
I think
If
too,
I'm
you know,
going
maybe
to
that
murder
that
4 people, if I'm going to murder 4 people, I'm going to make damn sure that nobody sees me coming in or going out, and I'm going to case the area. I don't know, drive by maybe 11 times ish to check out the cameras and see where the cameras are too. So,
Yeah.
in my opinion, if I was going to murder those people, there would not be a DoorDasher that would be able to identify who I was.
Or even if you were going to murder one person?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to
Yeah,
say
anybody.
one, but
I
I wonder if the
I'm going to
405
commit
no
capital
DoorDash.
murder, I'm not going to get seen by somebody. I'm going to make damn sure I got all my ducks in a row and everything that I need in place. I'm going to case the area. I'm going to drive by numerous times, maybe at night, maybe during the day, so I can see how the neighborhood looks, what happens, who walks their dog, who comes out and jogs, what time do they jog. I'm going to have all that laid out before I go commit capital murder.
Yeah, along with
And
a
maybe
lot of the
go to
cars in the
school
parking
and
lot.
study
cars
for
in the parking
criminology.
lot. Come on.
Right. No, it
you
makes
know,
sense.
so I can commit the perfect murder, possibly. Just putting it out there that if I was going to do this, I would make damn sure I knew what I was doing so I didn't get caught.
Well, that math is mathing to me. I
See, Tom
can see
Boy,
that.
And drives around the house. You know, he knows there's cameras there. I mean, I can't imagine. Like you said, he should have looked. And did he know how many people were in the house at the time?
Too many cars in the parking lot. Too many cars in the parking lot. Why, as a one person, why would you do that?
that's a good point. That's always been a good point, Randy. I agree.
I wonder if the car sat there at 4:05 for 10 seconds without moving because he had just seen the DoorDash driver, like maybe walking up with food to the front of the house. Thought, let me sit here for about 10 seconds. And then when I go back there, if he's gone, at least I know a couple of them are going to be occupied eating. And it's probably easy to surprise somebody that's asleep, drunk, and then also eating.
I always wondered if that was, he made multiple passes, right? I always wondered if that was what the last pass was about, was because of the DoorDash driver.
Well, it was the fourth of the 5 passes is where he sits there for 10 seconds and then goes around the other direction. But and if you look at the 5th pass, if this truly is same Elantra that we see 5 times, the 5th pass is clearly driving much faster than the first 4.
Yeah, it was a lot quick. Well, that's the thing. What if it was, let's say this, that's something I did wonder, Jeff. If the 5th pass, maybe he could see or hear the DoorDash driver pulling away, so he hurries up and speeds up to get up there and do what he's going to do. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That would
Yeah,
have
they're
made
just
sense as
they're
to why
distracted by
Jerry-
their food, so yeah, they're not going to suspect. They're not going to be able to react to what I'm about to bring them. Yeah.
What sort of car did the DoorDash driver drive? Do we know that?
No idea.
There
Never
you
have
go.
heard.
They've kept this DoorDash driver a secret this whole time. They've kept
Yep.
I mean, they did a good job with this. With all the other stuff that was leaked, that has never gotten out, which blows my mind.
I wonder if it's a strategy though, and they,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean?
It could be. Anything is possible at this point, to be honest with you. But there's never been anybody else that witnessed that vehicle for the DoorDash driver. Nobody said talked about another vehicle. Nothing's ever come out with that. So I just have questions about
Where
how.
did it originally come from? Where did that the discussion of the DoorDash driver originally come from?
I believe it's in the PCA at some point, isn't it?
Is it?
From
Yeah.
Xana, because it said that Xana ordered DoorDash
Yeah.
and it literally got received at 4:00 on the dot. Correct?
That's in the
I think it says
PCA?
approximately. Let me pull it up.
Approximately. Yeah, it says
And
approximately.
then we know that she's on Snapchat or TikTok or whatever at 4:12.
Right.
So regardless of what the PCA says about the DoorDash, you got to think that there's going to be cell phone data from the app when it was ordered, when it was delivered,
When it was
and
delivered.
some DoorDash
Yeah.
drivers text you and communicate with you. And not only that, there would have been food cartons, bags, receipts, etc., in the
Right.
home showing that DoorDash happened.
Exactly mine. Exactly.
Yeah, the PCA does say Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m.
4 a.m.
I'm pulling it back up.
And law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So I'm sure they know type of car as well and everything.
That's
about
the
that
other
guy,
thing is the
that
DoorDash
person.
driver went to law enforcement and said, "Hey, I was the one that did this and that." So at least that's what we were told. If I'm right or wrong.
Right.
So call me stupid. This pretty much proves that the murders took place after 4:00 or not.
Or, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. I can't get past this weird timeline. That's what I have problems with. And Tomboy said something in chat that was way back about it happening 2 hours before they even said it did. I don't know about that. You know, I can't find anything that proves
Well,
that.
at first they said it happened. They happened between 3 and 4.
An hour before, right?
Well, the other thing we don't know is if the food was handed over or left at the front door to be picked up, by Xana later.
If it was
Contact,
or handed to her.
Right.
I can't remember.
And there's always a picture of that whatever on the counter.
Well, I think that was old. I think that one picture that we saw, Randy, on the counter was from another time. I'm sure they DoorDashed all the time. Okay. So I think that the one that they showed a photograph of was something from before. I don't think it was from that night.
Why?
Yeah, that's hard to know for sure.
Why? Yeah, why would you take a picture of that at that time? I mean, it looks more like to me.
Well, no, that's
like,
That's all the camera guy outside. I think that camera guy is Derek Shooks from Fox News. I mean, that's as close as you can get to the house. So you're snapping pictures of everything.
Right.
So
I think that the DoorDash bag or whatever it was would have been in Xana's room, or at least around her room. In that opinion, I don't think it would have made it to the kitchen counter. Because of the time again. That was dropped at 4. He was in the house by 4:08 per se. These are the things that are hard to follow. I'm trying to find that statement in here.
You have to agree that the DoorDash driver is I don't know, part of this or has answers to this, but there is something going on with the DoorDash driver that can maybe help solve the crime. I don't know.
Well, and that's something that we may not know. That's a good point, Randy. What if the guys being
he's
the
got
DoorDash
a camera?
driver, yeah. What if the DoorDash driver? Maybe the reason why the DoorDash driver has been so protected maybe the DoorDash driver saw Brian's car and saw him maybe in the car.
Right.
And that's why they're sitting on the DoorDash driver like they are, and that's going to be their big boom when they go to trial. Okay,
Right. Right.
that's a very good possibility, you guys. That could be
Yep.
why they're so secure in this and why they're so positive and confident.
Right.
I know if
really
I was
think that they're
delivering
sitting
food
on-
at 4 a.m., I would have a camera just for my own safety in my car. So
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
maybe he's got a car camera in one of
Very,
those cameras.
very good point. Very good point.
I just hope they're sitting on something.
Anything.
Dana,
Literally.
Dana, what are you?
Something. Give us something.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Back up. Dana said it was 2 when the woman came out running. What do you wait? What's that mean, Dana? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Give us something cool.
And okay, so also I was thinking about this today. So the grub truck was by the corner club, right?
It was like
It was
2 or
about-
3 blocks.
I think
Okay,
it was
so
2 or
the
3
girl-
blocks.
The girls walked from the corner club to the grub truck,
Yes.
and then they got a ride from the grub truck home.
Yes. Yes.
And
That
then,
was the ride share.
Yeah, and then is she talking about it was 2 a.m. when around 2 or whatever when they went and walked Murphy?
Olivia Gonsalves said that she saw on video that they got home at 1:56 a.m., went inside, came back out with Murphy to walk him. It could have been.
Did she
And
say all that?
that's what Olivia said herself, Olivia Gonsalves.
I didn't know that.
But do you remember when they were sitting on? She was sitting. I think it was the one where she was sitting in between Christy and Steve, and she said the Uber driver, and then Steve said no. He leaned over. He said private driver. There were
Yeah.
like it. So how does?
It
how
wasn't
do we
an-
know who took? I mean, do we even know who took them home? Or
Yeah.
anyone? I mean,
Yes. His name is guys, come on, help me here. What was his name?
or something.
I talked.
The
I
He
private-
came forward, right?
Oh yeah. And I talked to here in the channel Gower. Thank you. Is it Jeff?
Gower,
No,
yeah.
not Jeff. Anyway, what the hell was his name?
Dave Gower?
No, I can't. Eric. Thank you. Thank you,
Eric,
Jerry.
yeah,
Eric.
Eric. Yes.
So
That's it.
one of his close friends came into the channel one night, and then I talked to her, and she said that like everything about them, that the girls knew him very well, that he took them places all the time, that he did come
Didn't he
forward.
live near Coburger too? I thought I saw an article that said he wasn't too far from where Coburger lived.
I think so, Jeff. I think so. Yeah.
You know, if he knew the girls as well as he did, why did he say? And Olivia says this: Kaylee was with another girl, and Olivia says that she sees them on the Twitch video, and she sees that it was Maddie. Wouldn't the driver know? Wouldn't he call her Maddie or Madison or Maddie or whatever she goes by, instead of saying Kaylee was with another girl?
But maybe he knew Kaylee, but not Maddie.
Yeah.
He said he's given rides for Xana. I mean, all of them. So
Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know her name, or maybe he didn't. He may have known them, but not known all their names. You know what I'm saying? Like known them, but never like got all their names.
Known of them,
Mm-hmm.
but not.
Steve said he
I
was.
mean, I've ridden an Uber before, and I've not had conversations with them. They don't know what But
Yeah, but this was supposed to be a private. Steve said it was a private driver.
or I
that
mean,
was like
that's what I'm saying. No, I know. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just saying he could have just been the rideshare driver that took him a lot and just didn't know when. I don't know, Terry. I mean, he could have just stated it that way just because. You know what I'm saying? He just said she was with another girl, and there was instead of another guy or something like that. I'm not sure, but
I just verified too that the Corner Club to Grub Truck is like 3.5 blocks, I guess you could call it. That they got to cross. They go from A Street to First Street, 2nd Street, 3rd Street, and then Grub Truck is halfway between the block to 4th Street. So
okay, yeah. And Terry, I didn't mean to sound rude if I did. I was trying to I'm stuttering over my own self trying
No,
to
you're
think of
fine. You
something.
didn't
So
say
I hope I
anything
didn't
wrong.
sound rude to you. I didn't mean to.
I find that very odd that Steve says private driver and says it, kind of leans over to Olivia, and she said when she said Uber, and then he mentions that the private driver they had was like family. He takes them. He
Right.
So
That's
how
what
would
I
you,
remember hearing too.
right? So that's just odd. There's no way anybody can convince me that if he did and took these girls, including Xana, to different places, he would know Madison or Maddie. I don't know what she goes by, but why would he say Kaylee and another girl? And then Olivia looks at Twitch on the grub truck and says, then I knew it was Madison.
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know.
Here's I found the headline that I remembered. This is about the driver who took him home. The headline is, "He lived 1,200 feet from my door. Driver who brought Idaho victims home the night they were killed is exceptionally glad about suspect's arrest." It's from an article at lawandcrime.com.
Right.
So
He lives 1,200 feet from Koberger?
Yeah, apparently so.
Whoa. Whoa.
I mean,
can I share that in a link to that article with you? Or?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't know if I put it in the back chat. Okay, here.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
That's very ironic.
Well, I mean it could just be, that is one thing that I'm just stating could be coincidental, but still, it is ironic. I do agree. Okay.
Because obviously I don't think this guy had anything to do with it.
I don't either. Truly, I don't. I never did.
No, I didn't either.
But
that's just very ironic that he lives 1,200 feet from this guy.
He lived 1,200 feet from my door. Driver who brought Idaho victims home the night they were killed is exceptionally glad about suspect's arrest. Private driver who dropped Kaylee Goncalves and Maddie Mogan off at their home near the University of Idaho campus just hours before they were stabbed to death in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 is exceptionally glad an arrest has been made, and tells Law and Crime that he actually saw the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for last month. When did he see it? Or was that when he saw it was last month? The man who did not want his name used read the affidavit charging Brian Koberger with felony burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of Goncalves, Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin. The 19-page document contains chilling details about Kernodle's death, including a surviving roommate who told investigators that she heard crying coming from Kernodle's room, and a man saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." See, that's something there, too, Jeff, since you brought that other part up that I have to back up with now, that I've never really said anything about before. Saying something to the effect of. So it's not
right.
It's not
like approximately.
Yeah,
approximately this quote.
Or kind of like, you know what I mean? So it's not 100% I'm going to help you that we know of. It's something to the effect of, right?
Right.
So the words could be changed around. Yeah. I was surprised but exceptionally glad that some form of resolution is forming, the driver said. I feel exceptionally bad for those parents in our community. So that's why, I believe he feels that way. One, if he lived 1,200 feet from the guy that, this is a murderer in your mind, you don't want them out on the loose living near you. Also, he feels bad for the families, and he's saying that there's some form of resolution forming. So he was somewhat stunned to learn that Koberger, who maintains he did not commit the murders, lived near him in Pullman. He lived 1,200 feet from my front door. I spent 6 weeks trying to convince my wife that there was not a threat, and I was wrong. The driver said, adding that his wife still fears walking their dog despite Koberger's arrest. The driver spends much of his days shuttling people around town, so after the killings, he kept an eye out for the white Hyundai. He eventually spotted it at Koberger's apartment building sometime after December 7th. I thought it was too new, he said, of the car, since Moscow police had asked the public for information about a 211-213 Elantra. However, he wrote down the car's Washington state license plate number and submitted a list of 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantras he had spotted sometime around December 10th through the Moscow PD tip line.
So the original they were asking for was 11 to 14.
It was,
and then they shot it up to 13 to 15.
Yeah, you don't remember when they changed that and it threw everybody off?
Yeah, and then Koberger's car is actually a 16.
15.
Is that correct?
15.
A 15?
It's a 15.
Okay.
Yeah, the only difference between in the span of 11 to 13 versus 14 to 16, the only difference at all are these two little lights on the back rear bumper. Oh,
Yep.
Back is rear. And the two lights that are kind of like the fog lights in the front.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people give the FBI vehicle specialist a hard time. All I know is that it's kind of hard to see those distinguishing factors at night in crappy CCTV footage, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is hard. And wasn't there something, Jeff, with the back windows? It was different too.
No, well, the very back window or the no.
The
All I know is that I've used the overlay video I did was showed that the side window, the shape of the side window, is like that. Looking at those, that's a complete match. I think 11 to 16.
Okay.
So they're all in the overlay video I did. I took a still picture of a 2015 and overlaid it onto the video, and the shape of especially the rear of the window, of the side window, the rear point just matches. It just, when I put it over top of it, and believe me, when I was doing it to debunk it as much as I was to prove it, and when it fit just like a glove. I mean, it's like it's perfect. It's a perfect match.
Okay. Well, then that they never changed that part of the car when they changed it up for different years. Then, so
they changed the lights. Basically, is what they changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the thing. On a 2011 to 13, the little red reflector lights on the bumper, I think, are closer together.
Yeah.
Of 13 to 14, I'm sorry, 12 to 14, they moved them apart to the outer edges of the bumper. So believe me, after a case like this, you drive down the road, you can't help but see every damn Elantra that you. My wife is tired of me saying, "Hey, look, an Elantra." We actually have a friend. We went to a friend's house, and we were on our way there. She lives up in Maryland. We're going there, and I say, "Look, an Elantra! It's right in front of us." And it turned on the same street that we're going down, and it's like, "Oh crap! This is really weird." And then it went straight, and we went to the left. But we're in the neighborhood that we're a couple blocks away. Then I come around and I come to the stop sign. When I'm going down the road, now I see him. The Elantra is sitting at a stop sign waiting for me to go past. It's like a T, or not a T, like a. Anyway, so now it's behind me, and I'm like, holy shoot, man, this is weird. Like I've got a white Elantra on my tail. And it's like, okay, here's the house we're going to. I got to make a U-turn to park in front of their house. The Elantra does the same damn thing, pulls up, turns out it's her husband. And
that's crazy.
So if you've looked at some of my videos, like there was a theory I had that I hear the trunk slamming at 20 or 40. What the hell time is it now? I can't remember. Anyway, that's his Elantra. I used his Elantra. My wife was giving me a hard time. It's like, he does not want to go out in the front and do videos with his damn car again. Leave him alone.
I'll tell you what, I never saw a white Elantra in my life until this happened. And then I see them everywhere now. Everywhere I look, I see a damn white Elantra. I'm telling you. It's got to be the most common car that was ever made by Hyundai. Just saying.
Yeah, they just blend into everything. And if you look, if you're into Hot Wheels cars and Matchbox cars, there is no Elantras.
Right.
They're so uncommon. They're so common, they're uncommon.
You realize that all of this that doesn't add up is 9F. No consequence to the actual perpetrators. If they truly have buried the truth and implicated a patsy, then government does it all the time. That's true, but what would be the point is what I can't stand. The motive, or can't understand. The point of the motive is what I'm trying to say with that, Phil. I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. I respect that. I've thought that myself. I just could not come to a good motive or reason for this, is all I'm saying.
And how would you get Washington police, Idaho police, state police, FBI, Pennsylvania police, all to work together in on it? You don't think there'd be one cop that would say, this is shady?
That was the one thing that just didn't make sense to me. That all of those, no. That was what I struggled with. Truly, it's like all those agencies are involved in this conspiracy thing. Like, how?
I
I think it's hard for people to return to what it felt like when we found out he was arrested. Because I think at the time we felt like, wow, law enforcement
shocked.
just kicked ass. That's amazing. We all thought it was one of the jacks, and law enforcement tracked a guy all the way to Pennsylvania. Whoa, that's pretty amazing.
Well, the name Brian Koberger was shocking. Like, we'd never even heard it before.
No, I know what you're saying, Phil. The ISP situation with what the hell is his name? Dr. Moore, the situation, Tolleson, Officer Tolleson with the ISP. I get that part of it. That's the one thing I did look at with that made me go, But I mean, if and there is a possibility, Jeff, that not everybody else knew about what happened with one person from one agency. That is possible, okay? If it was done the right way, but it seems like it would take so much work to do all of this, to make this, to blame this one person. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or
the university, like a lot of people say, well, the university wanted this to be solved and done with. It's kind of like the movie Jaws. Remember, the mayor was like, "Tell me you caught the shark. That is the shark, right?" Yes. Just you got it. But I don't see. I think it's worse for them if they lie and cover up in the end to try and save face than to, I personally think these officers saw their own children in the faces of these that were murdered, and they were like, I don't know if I got to work extra hours. I will help with solving this case. What do you need me to do? I really think that's more of the way they were.
Right. And Phil says to look at the property value. Oh, I know. We did, Phil. So why wouldn't you just make a move? If that's the thing, just make a move. We know that they want to build apartments. Like they're going to put in a whole apartment complex in there, I'm sure. Did we lose somebody else? Oh, Randy dropped off. Okay. But yeah, that's the goal. I understand that, but just make a move, evict them. Tell them that you're tearing the house down. Move them. I mean, why go through all this? You know what I mean? Because I've heard that whole theory and looked at that too. Because the property value is worth so much, they want to sell it off, build these apartment complexes that are going to bring in so much money for the university. All that's understood. So just ask them to move. You don't have to kill them. You know what I mean? That's the part that I couldn't come to grips with. I don't know. There's questions. There's so many questions that I can't. That's why this has been so hard, because the trial. We want the trial. We need the trial. By the way, guys, if anybody else wants to join us up here, the link is pinned in the chat, so feel free to join us. Like I said, you just gotta real quick for a quick 30 seconds, show me your face, not your waist, so that you can come up here, because I don't want to see your waist. I promise you that.
That's hilarious.
And you don't have to leave it up there. Just one quick second, and that's that. I don't think that Kopacka had anything to do with this. Granted, I think Kopacka's situation is questionable, and I think it's a bad situation, but I think they're two separate things, two separate cases altogether. I think Kopacka's situation needs to be looked into by a higher power, because I don't think it needed to go down that way, but I don't think it's linked with Brian's.
Did they know each other?
I don't think so.
That's weird.
I don't think they did. I mean,
I was thinking about the two of them today, and part of me was wondering, it's like if you take the two of them, I think one of them wanted to be dead themselves, and the other one might have wanted others dead. And I personally just think that, Kopacka just wanted to leave this planet, maybe.
Yeah. Right. Walt says 1122 King Road coincidence. Shut up, Walt. It is weird. It's 1022 now, not 1122. So anyway, it's weird. They pointed out, because my camera or my computer does this reset thing at 1122 every single night, and it matched up with the house number. So yeah. Pebble said the courts keep a Brent into the dang case. Wait, what? This last time they put Brent instead of Brett. Oh, okay, got you.
Don't forget about the judge slipping up and saying like Kober. Remember that?
I remember. I'm sure that there's something on his desk within the paperwork that had that name on it because of everything that's gone on. Then again, I don't. It's another one I don't have an answer for, guys. I just don't. There are some strange things that have happened with it. There's truth to that fact. Okay, we've seen it. But there's also been a whole lot of speculation and a whole lot of rumor mill. I mean, my God, I've never seen a case that had so much speculative theories in it in my life, or the rumor mill. I mean, they're all like this, but this one was really bad from the very beginning. And I think truly, with this case, you guys, here's the thing. Let me ask this question to everybody that's in here. Everybody, not just the panel, but everybody. I'm going to give you a scenario real quick. Let's say that these murders happened and that everything went the same way, but Dylan called 911 or called Hunter to come over at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning instead of noon the next day. Okay. 5 a.m. she called Hunter to come over. They called PD at 5 a.m. instead of noon. That 8-hour period didn't exist. Do you think that this case still would have blown up like it did? Everybody, anybody. If she would have called,
Say it again.
I said, does everybody, what do you guys think would have happened if Dylan would have contacted Hunter?
No.
At like 5 a.m. and police got there by like 5:15 in the morning rather than noon the next day?
No, it wouldn't have, because there wouldn't have been all the other. Remember how like all the people were over before law enforcement?
Right.
Because then the law enforcement would have been first on the scene, which should have happened. But so no, I don't.
And that 8-hour gap opened up the door for massive conspiracy. Okay. And that wouldn't have happened, and therefore this wouldn't have rolled out like it did, in my opinion, at least.
No,
there still would have been issues
because that's
That was a mass murder.
that 8-hour period is where all the rumors have basically.
Right. Yeah. And
Ruled
of
off,
course, you know, because
off.
he didn't contact police or anything, everybody went at her immediately. And we all questioned her, like, what the hell are you doing? Why? How? You know, and we still have questions about that. So Phil says again, back to Dylan and Bethany. From Bethany's door to Xana's door, open staircase, less than 20 feet. She was awake, texted. See, that's something else I've had a problem with too. Jeff, let me, since you're up here and we were having this conversation, and this is for everybody, but while this was going on, Steve did clarify that the girls were texting back and forth. Okay.
Do you know the exact words he used? Because I know the PCA, to me, doesn't necessarily definitively say they texted each other. It just says that they checked their phones, forensic checked their phones, and it doesn't say they. But I do believe that Steve did make a comment. Now, is he assuming, like many do, they read the PCA and thought, oh, that is saying that they texted with each other?
Well, no, his words, if I do remember this interview, JC, you might need to either turn your speaker down a little bit. You're getting the refurb on it. I think that his exact words were, he says, I know for a fact that they were texting each other back and forth during the commission of the crime. Those were his words in the interview.
Well, if he's saying that outside of the PCA, if that's like other information, then that's different. But I personally don't get from the PCA that they definitely were texting with each other. Just that there was phone activity that they found on both their phones. Right. The implication could easily be that they were texting each other, but it doesn't. For me, I hate verbiage that could be taken more than one way, and this is one of them.
I understand.
But you know, I think you were about to ask about the noise that should have come from Xana's room, and I still stick to my theory that the food came. Xana is a lot like my wife and said, "Go wash your hands," because guys don't like to wash their hands all the time. At least I don't. I mean, it's not like they're filthy. Come on. I'm a guitar player. I can't touch my guitar with filthy hands. But she always says, go wash your hands. So if Xana said, hey, go wash your hands, and they've also been drinking, they've been out partying, he's probably going to wash his hands and probably going to be doing other business in there. He's going to be in there for a little bit. if the killer is coming downstairs, going into Xana's room, the footsteps that she hears coming up behind her, she might assume are just Ethan coming from the bathroom. So she's on TikTok and doesn't realize she's about to be struck in the back of the head with a hammer, the butt end of the K-bar knife. Boom to the head, knocked to the floor with a whimper and a thud. And then, just like in Pulp Fiction, when John Travolta's coming out of the bathroom, I imagine the killer maybe hears the toilet flush or like, uh-oh, Ethan, somebody's in the bathroom. They're going to be coming here. All he's got to do is take like 2 steps and he's like in the closet of the room and is not visible from the hallway as you go into the room. Ethan comes out of the bathroom, sees her on the floor, maybe figures she's tripped and fallen. Oh man, they did have a lot to drink at the party. Maybe that's what he's thinking. He says, it's okay, I'm going to help you. He leans down to try and pick her up, help her up, and boom, he's hitting the back of the head with a hammer as well. And Tom Van, I think, brought up the idea that, too, is like maybe it's at this point that the killer closes the door, finishes up what he's doing, and then he walks out of there. So my whole theory falls apart if there's screaming and noise and the roommates hear it. So that's why my theory is totally dependent on this being a quiet crime, that oh, that's Murphy barking, sorry. That it's quiet, and the 2 roommates did not hear the true sounds of death happening.
See, I think that they did hear. I think that it's going to answer a couple questions. I think that sorry. I'm trying to read things and think things and say things at the same time, and I ADHD just doesn't let you do that. I think that the interaction, somebody said, why did he have to go in Xana's room? Because I think that they intercepted at some point, or that Xana and Ethan heard what was going on upstairs and came out looking to see what was going on, possibly. And they kind of came together at that point as he was coming down the stairs, possibly. Okay. And, hey, what the hell's going on here? Who are you? Blah, blah, blah. Get backed up into the room. They're getting into their whole mix, and then down they go. That's what I think happened. Truly. That's my opinion. But, damn, I can't. There was something else I was going to add to that, and I can't think of it. Is Taylor still up here, or did she drop off too? I'm trying to get to everybody at the same time. Sorry, guys. So don't be offended if I didn't. That's the other thing too, is that house. It just, the walls and the way the weird ass build of the house was, I just would think that they all could have heard everything.
The layout of the house was weird, and I think that whoever did this knew the layout of the house.
Well,
for real.
And that would go back to, well, I mean, it's real easy to pull that house up on Zillow. We did it. All you gotta have is the address, and you can figure it out. You know what I mean? Plus, you can sit in that back parking lot and figure out kind of where some people, what rooms are whose in some way. At least upstairs, you know where Maddie's room is, because there was a big M in her room in the window. That was easy to figure out. Footsteps coming from upstairs are totally different from footsteps walking a couple feet down the hall. Very true. Very true.
Dago, a thought that just hit me too is if the killer did come in to Xana's room, she had her back, and she was on TikTok, she's on her phone. He may have seen her on her phone and thought, shit, she's calling the cops.
Yeah.
And,
that's
why he just went right at her head.
Shut her
again,
down.
I mean, this theory is just a theory. But,
that is a really good point. Yeah, when she was on her phone on Snapchat or what it was, that would make a good point right there. Now, I wonder if that leads into the possibility of the "don't worry, I'm here to help you." Possibly. Because wasn't it Xana in the beginning that said that I think somebody's here? Or was that Kaylee that said that? Let me back up.
I think she said it was Xana that said someone's here. Or no?
It says no, it said it could be Xana, but it first says that she thought it was Kaylee. So I think wait, you're near, you're in the neighborhood of it. Better to read the actual words.
That's what I'm looking for right now. Oh God, I wish we could have saw.
Because the first thing she said was thought she heard Kaylee playing with the dog. Right?
Hold on. She was awakened around 4 a.m. See, that's something else too that threw me off. But that could mean anything. Around 4 a.m. could be anywhere between 4 to 4:05 to 4:10. So that's around 4 a.m. Oh,
At 3:50.
or yeah, that too. That's
It's
anything
on page
around that.
4, Dago.
Sorry.
Top of page 4 is where that happened. There's someone here.
Okay, there it is. Thank you. DM originally stated that she went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. By what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Okay, so see, that's something I never caught before, you guys. She obviously heard Kaylee's voice if she thinks it was Kaylee that was playing with the dog. She didn't say Maddie or somebody. She said Gonsalves playing with her dog. So that
who
tells
she
me
thought was
specifically
Gonsalves.
heard. Yeah, she specifically thinks she heard Kaylee's voice. So there's that. In one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. Short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves. There it is. Say something to the effect of "There's someone here." So again, I've never caught
Now the
that
next
before either.
sentence, the next sentence sounds like just what the law enforcement is saying. Well, it could have been Kernodle. I mean, this is the same kind of thing I'm applying to. It's okay. I'm going to help you. That could be Ethan that said that. Doesn't necessarily mean it's
right.
You know, because it says actually it's on the same page. It's a little further down. DM then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Last I checked, Ethan was a male.
Yeah,
so that
the only male,
possibly,
right? Or the killer.
Trying to throw
or
it
the
off.
killer. Yeah, or the
All right,
killer.
so-
But I.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm beating a dead horse if I keep talking about the theory of
That's
Ethan
all right.
coming out of the bathroom. But and
Are
I
you
know I
leaving
watch
now?
too much pulp fiction, so I picture that.
Oh, Mom's leaving. She's going to bed. Good night, Mom. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. You are appreciated. We will
Good
talk
night,
to you
Mom.
tomorrow, dear.
But I think my theory, I have to have it be quiet for one, so that the roommates don't hear much. But the other thing is too, how do you take down a big guy like Ethan unless you hit him in the back of the head with a hammer, and then now he's yours, right?
Something big like that.
Quiet, and you're taking down a giant.
Unless you very quietly come up behind him and cut his throat, which is going to drop him immediately. Okay.
Right.
That's the only other thing I can think of that would take him down that quickly without having to have a fight with him.
Yeah.
And that could
But
have
I
been.
think if this is truly Brian, and Brian studied under Catherine Ramsland. Catherine Ramsland was a specialist on people like Ted Bundy.
Yep.
And Ted Bundy went into a sorority and had 4 victims in a sorority house, each of them hitting them in the head with a piece of wood before strangling them. Same idea. Quiet, knock them out, end their lives. That's, you know.
Or a golf club, yes, Susie. I always thought there was a possibility of a golf club being involved at some point because there was one missing and they took
one of Ethan's golf clubs. Yeah.
They took a set of golf clubs with them too when they took everything out of the house. So that was something else that caught my attention. But
I had a set of golf clubs where I was missing more than one, to be honest.
Well, no, I get
that theory
too.
is never.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Plus, too, here's my thought on that too. Like, as a guitarist, when I go to somebody's house to jam, I bring my own guitar. I would imagine a murderer going to somebody's house to kill is not going to say, "Let me see what you got around the house here. I'll just use this golf club." I think they're going to come equipped with
unless
their own killing
it
element.
was in the bedroom, Jeff. Like I believe I heard that the one set of clubs was in her bedroom. That would be something
I thought it was down in the storage room.
There were 2 sets of clubs in that house, or 2 or 3.
Okay.
There was 2 or 3 sets of clubs. One was in the bottom floor when you come through the front door, The other set, my understanding was there was a set in Xana's bedroom, and there was another set, I think, in a storage room or spare room or
I was
something.
gonna say, was there a garage or something that someone was
No,
in?
no, the garage was tore down years and years ago. But
Oh,
there's
But
at
how much
least
damage
two.
can you do in each room is so small. How much damage can you actually do with a golf club? I mean, they're
get it.
long, and a K-bar is 7 inches. You know, this is.
Yeah,
I don't
no, I
know.
get it. I get it. 100%. Absolutely. These were just theories back in the day when we were going through everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, trying to answer the question as to why a golf club is missing from the bag. I understand. Yeah, that. I mean, why not go that route? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I can understand. Let me read through this one more time. I keep stopping myself, but DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna mute you just for a second, JC. See if that changes it. It did. Okay. What she said sounded like Gonçalves was playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was on the third floor. Short time later, Dylan said that she heard who she thought was Gonçalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated that she was likely awake and using TikTok. It was TikTok, sorry, at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom window but did not see anything. When she heard the comment about someone being in the house, DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17, that's when the camera picked that up. We read that already, blah, blah, blah. DM stated that she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM statements, two law enforcement reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany Funk and DM's phone, and video of a suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe the homicide occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25.
You know, I noticed, Dago, that you read it as "and video of a suspect vehicle" as described. I think that is what they meant to type. A lot of people have really looked into this typo, but I think that's what it was supposed to have said.
No, I think
that makes total sense.
Right, it was just a mistake.
There's a couple typos in this PCA. They're humans.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't pay too much attention to stuff like that. A lot of people went nuts over things like that. It's a mistake, folks. It happens. JC dropped. Sorry, JC. I don't know. I just muted it because there was a lot of feedback coming through until I was done reading. But you're welcome to come back up, JC, if you fell out by accident or something. Let me see here. So
how did it start off in the beginning that Dylan's room was downstairs?
Because she switched her bedroom at some point.
I think when the other roommate moved out or something. She
changed
Dylan's old room became the storage room, and she moved into the second floor.
Right.
Good move, if you ask me.
100%.
Well, she was just in a good room.
Absolutely, PJ. I respect that wholeheartedly. I do. I hope they do have the right guy. I really do. Oh, that's what she's doing, is maybe going into StreamYard and hitting echo cancellation. Good stuff. So let's see here. Where were we going with this? I'm trying to see something here. Upon a latent shoe print, this was located during second processing of the crime scene. First, use presumptive blood test and amino acid, blah, 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 blah. Part of the investigation, extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement, video canvas. Video camera. What is it? So I don't know. Do you guys think that they have more video of something maybe showing something a little bit more? There she
Isn't
is.
there a mention of it going up Willenta?
I mean, they have that, yeah, but I meant like at the closer to the scene area. Because I've been thinking, I think that the prosecution very possibly might have some other video that shows something that leads you to believe.
Yeah, on page 6, it says suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. So which camera is that?
Wasn't that the corner camera? That one corner house? There was a camera that caught that. Jesus, it's been so long since we've talked about.
Yeah, because Willenta doesn't happen until you go
around
to Taylor, make a left, and then I think Taylor becomes Willenta. And I don't see that like the light bulb camera on 1112 picking that, getting an angle of that. There's houses and trees and a full block from there, you know.
Right, exactly. Zanita Ankowicz, thank you so much for the super sticker. We appreciate that so much. God bless. The one kind of behind it. Yeah, I think there was a camera that was on the road behind the house, Jeff, and that's where it picked it up at, which is Willenta.
Right. Maybe the one with the circular driveway. I know that house is blurred out, so maybe that has something to do with it.
Does Willenta become Taylor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right at that.
I was just
right
looking
at
at my
turn.
map. I had my map up at work today, just looking at it, and I'm like, oh my! I was just studying the whole map, the whole area, and like whatnot, and I just remembered that I thought that Willenta turned into Taylor, or vice versa. But the other thing is, it says suspect car number 1, right? Do they ever mention suspect car number 2? Like, why? What is the like? Why is there?
I think it's just verbiage, JC. Truly, I don't think it. Yeah, because if there was another vehicle, we would have seen and heard about it probably 2 years ago at some point.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think it's just.
I always wondered why they named it number 1.
I often wondered if it's just like on my desktop, I have or on my computer, I might have Jeff's folder 1, Jeff's folder 2. If I don't do that, then I have Jeff's folder 2, Jeff's folder 3. You know, so when I'm doing a search or when I like put things in order, you know, I think it's just standard procedure because of something like that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Or they left it that way just in case another vehicle did come into the play.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. No problem, 12 gauge. Okay, so do we have any more questions about any of this here? Because I still haven't got to the part that I actually wanted to get to. Any questions in regards to of anything we can pull out of the PCA, though?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so let me pull this up then real quick, because I do want to see what's said in here and get your guys' opinions on that too. Give me 1 second. Hold on. All right, so we're going to review this real quick. This is Daniel did a live on this from Drunk Turkey. All right, let's see what he's got to say, and I just want your guys' opinions. Again, what we're going to review here is from the Drunk Turkey Show. And I'm going to put their link in chat, guys, if you would go check them out, or if you want to go check them out, please do. And of course, if you choose, subscribe to their channel if you would, like the video that they put out, and footage is appreciated 100%. So here we go. See what Daniel has to say.
This was going to try to say, I said about 5 months ago that the defense was going to try to say Police Department lied about the IGG, and that there's the argument was going to try to say that MPD, Moscow Police Department, lied about how they found out about Brian Koberger. Said this months ago. This is 5 months ago. Let's watch this real quick. And for a long time here. And what I was able to tell out of this trial is that, this hearing was that a lot of people owe me a lot of apologies. If somebody can go back and find the video, I think I'm with Truth and Transparency, where she asked me, when do you think that Brian Koberger became a suspect? And I said December 20th. I said that months ago. If those that have been watching this, I have everything that I have said up to this point has been 100% accurate. And it made me.
And he did say that. I remember for a fact because he said that when him and I did a live together too. So 100%. Thank you, Elisa, by the way.
He kind of chuckled a little because I was like, I told you guys. And everybody in that live chat was like, or in that, even in the comment section, they're like, no, they knew him November 25th. And I was like, no, that's when the WSU officer found his vehicle. But I guarantee you he was looking at multiple vehicles, not just one. And that was the only, that was the time he may have came across it. That doesn't mean that's the time that information got to Sergeant or to Corporal Payne. We don't know when that information got there. Now, I told everybody that December 19th is when the IGG came back. And then that's when December 20th is when everything, like I mentioned, that's when he became a suspect. And sure enough, December 20th is when Corporal Payne contacts WSU officer. And, that's when they start getting the ball rolling. The warrant started December 23rd. So every single thing happened after that. So, like I said, the IGG was the thing that pointed, the law enforcement towards Brian Koberger, and I think that the defense in this case. So I was right about that as well. A lot of people were giving me a lot of slack about when I thought that the Moscow Police Department were on to Brian Koberger. I mentioned it multiple times, months before. I mean, perhaps I know what I'm doing. Perhaps I got a little bit of experience in this and kind of can predict some things that are going to happen. I'm not psychic, but it's just kind of obvious, and common sense and critical thinking. The answers are right in front of you. Well, anyways, so I said that a long time ago that it was December 19th, December 20th. And what we were talking about in this video here is the hearing where Detective Payne went up there and was talking. And it was basically shown that that Sergeant Payne contacted the WSU officer that came into contact with Brian Koberger's car on December 20th. And that the reason why is because they got the IGG information from the FBI on December 19th. I've been saying that for months. And that's why I was telling people you need to apologize, because a lot of people were coming up with these weird ass theories that there was all these people involved and this person snitched out that person, or there was a security guard hanging out with Brian Koberger doing some of the cocaine or whatever the case may have been. All that was going on right then and there, right? And I've been telling people, no, man, they didn't know who he was until the FBI finished and let them know who Brian Koberger was. And I was just in here, I was kind of saying, I told you so. Well, let's listen to a little bit more of what I'm about to say. Is really trying hard to prove that point. And I think that's why they're asking for timing and stuff like that in subpoenas, is because they want to prove that that's what pointed them towards Brian Koberger, and not just mere chance gotten, his information from a WSU officer. And if they can, I guess their thought process is if they can prove that, then that means they lied when they did the affidavit by saying that, this guy, this is how they found out who he was, when in reality it was through the IGG, and they want to get the grand jury thing thrown out. So there you go. I said that 5 months ago. And what do we have, guys? We have motions after motions, and inside of almost every single motion talks about the IGG being what pointed at why officers were looking at Brian Koberger, not necessarily the actual, not anything concrete. It was the IGG. It wasn't just some random WSU officer finding a random car that ended up coming back to him. They didn't just pull it out of the air. And obviously that wasn't the case. I think I've been saying this for a long time. I said this then too. It's not going to make a difference, because the fruit of the poisonous tree isn't how Ann Taylor's describing it in this motions. The fruit of the poisonous tree means you can't utilize the information or the evidence found by something that was, you can't, like, for instance, if this was the fruit of the poisonous tree, would be like if it was an illegal stop, right? Well, anything after the illegal stop is not, you can't use it, but there's an official action of the stop. There's not an official action on the IGG. They didn't utilize the IGG for for any purposes. It's not in any warrants. Show me the warrant where the IGG is used that can throw out that piece of information or that evidence. Don't exist. It doesn't exist. And so the FBI knew and the police department knew, and this isn't the first time that the IGG has been used. It's been used quite a bit. There's already cases that have been set with the IGG. So these motions here are going to get thrown out quickly. I don't foresee any of these things taking too long before they're thrown out. However, that's what I had told you guys then. I told you guys some other things before that, and they all came out pretty damn true, huh? So, but yeah, everything here is them pointing at saying, well, it wasn't really this, it was that, and so they lied, so let's throw all the evidence out. You can't use inadmissible evidence against somebody, and the IGG is inadmissible evidence. For one, it doesn't even point directly at Brian Koberger. And they and Ann Taylor had brought this up. Remember when I did the show called the Evil Twin Theory, and where Ann Taylor put it out in court how she wanted to know why, you know, other Kobergers or distant relatives or whatever weren't also searched in the area to also have been who had that access to a wider launcher and also could have been the ones that left their DNA. Why did they focus? They only focused on Brian Koberger, but they didn't do a search of any other Kobergers or any other family members in that area. And that's when I said, well, I mean, he matched quite a bit, you know, and they took the DNA out of the trash of the father. There's nothing you can do about that. And that's what matched it to there. So, you know, how you can tell that it was a father-son relationship. All right. So it's not going to be far from the tree there. And so he had to have had a long lost brother, evil twin or something like that, that had his DNA. I said this a long time ago too. And when it comes to this, as I was saying, I just think that the argument is it's not there. It's not there.
So he's saying that what they did was legal then? It's not illegal? That's what I've gathered so far.
Huh.
Is that what I'm getting out of this, or am I wrong?
I think you're right.
Okay.
Play it a little bit more and let's see.
Yeah, this is like a Hail Mary throw from the 1 yard line. And it's not going to work. And to me, it's like I've said it all the time. There's nothing used with the IGG. It's inadmissible evidence. I don't know how else I can explain it. I mean, that's like if somebody walked in and said they wanted to take a lie detector test, and then they end up failing it. And so officers start to look into them like, you know, let's look into their background. Let's see where they've been the last couple of days, and not utilize that they can't use the lie detector test. They're going to have to find other means and other proof and evidence in different ways, which Moscow Police Department did. Now, I do kind of agree that, and what does not necessarily worry me, but one thing that has kind of bugged me, so to speak, was the lack of reasoning behind the warrants. You know, I did say, I mean, there's the thesis stuff that he had on Reddit. There's the his phone not being on during the time of the murders. Now, I think that one, if they were able to prove by utilizing the radio towers that phone turned off in Pullman, by doing a poll of all the phones in the area that were on, and then it turned on at another place, then perhaps you can get a warrant for the pings, and then from there you get the warrant for the GPS, and you got it real nice and packaged up there. But you know, anyways, so let's continue here. So in every single one, there was issues here. Now, I was curious about these. We'll go through these real quick. What they want to suppress are a few things. They want to suppress the Amazon, the apartment, Apple, arrest warrant, AT&T first warrant, the cell phone data, Google, pin trap trace device, person in Idaho, person in PA, white Hyundai, and statements made at 119 Lambsden. So I know what everybody's here to talk about. Everybody wants to know about the white Hyundai. Now, here's the thing. Don't take much to kind of determine what these things are, right? If the defense is asking to suppress things, right, that means that there's something against their client. And when we look at the white Elantra, I remember when Ann Taylor said something to the effect like a total lack of DNA in the car. And I always wondered, why would she use that terminology, a lack of DNA? Because a total lack doesn't necessarily mean none, right? And if there was none, this isn't information that you want to suppress. That's, in my opinion, if there's no DNA in that car, that is Brian Koberger's golden ticket. That is his big hey. And I don't think it's going to work. He had 7 weeks to clean out the car anyways, but that's him, him and his defense team saying, hey, there's, no evidence of them on me or me on them, but it was a total lack of DNA. And so if they suppress this from the state, they can't bring it up, because if they bring up the white Hyundai Elantra and they bring up that there was no blood in it, well, that opens it up for the state to come back and talk again. So, but maybe it's not DNA. Maybe there's something else in there. Let's see. Oh, and there was one other thing that I had seen about this too, about his Hyundai Elantra. It was I have it saved here somewhere. Let me see if there it is. So when they did the raid on Brian Koberger's house, the statements are basically they said that there's some statements out there that were in the media and that they wanted to suppress them if they were going to be used against Brian Koberger because he wasn't Mirandized. First and foremost, you don't have to be Mirandized unless you're getting interrogated. You can be arrested, put in the back of a police car. A police officer can sit right next to you and let you talk all you want and ask questions all you want without interrogating them. It is a common practice. It's it's a tactic that law enforcement use to let somebody who's nervous about what they're arrested for and they're probably really scared and going to want to ask some questions about what police know. If the police department isn't questioning him and he's just asking things like, let's see, was there anybody else arrested? Now, at first, I thought that was interesting because I just thought that only meant because Brian Koberger's dad picked him up, or flew into Pullman, and they drove back across the country there. And so I just thought maybe because his dad, drove with him. But one of the things that I noticed here was
that wouldn't make sense because he was arrested in the house where his dad was, and he would have known if his dad was arrested. So that doesn't make any sense.
That the FBI indeed had been surveilling Brian Koberger for weeks before turning over the name to the Moscow Police Department. And who came up with that information first? I believe that was Howard Bloom, who said that in our interview that we had on this show months ago. And if Howard Bloom is correct on those things, then maybe he's correct on other things in his book, such as it was only a few weeks before the murders, or no, I think it was around the time of the murders, maybe a few weeks before, that Brian Koberger's daddy decided he was going to fly out there and they were going to drive back. Right. And so in that book, he mentions that Brian Koberger's dad was pretty suspicious of things. Now, I remember when they raided Brian Koberger's house, there was a couple of cars parked outside. What I also noticed in this here, in these memorandums, was that Brian Koberger's car was found inside the garage. So you have a dad who's suspicious. You have a dad who's thinking things. Son is acting weird, wearing gloves, wiping things down. And you allow him to, you clean out the garage and allow him to go in there. Maybe that's why he asked. Was somebody else involved? Or, sorry about that. Maybe that's why he asked. Was somebody else arrested? I think that might be it. I think that might be it, because in these documents, it states that it was stuff that was broadcasted in the news. It was out there in the media. That's what was out there in the media. But if they want to suppress the phone cell data, how will they prove the stargazing or otherwise elsewhere? But here's the thing, because remember when they said they were going to have somebody come up? I think it was Ray, and he was going to testify that, oh yeah, man, they got it wrong. Well, now they want to suppress that. It must mean that Ray changed his mind. Remember, he said, I have the right to change my mind. Sounds like he did. And now they don't want it in. But yeah, no, they want the entire case thrown out. And they're trying to get the entire case thrown out based on a couple of things. But specifically, certain things to get thrown out, I find interesting, specifically the Elantra and the apartment. If there was no blood there, that is not something you want thrown out. If there's no DNA there, that's not something you want thrown out. And but again, maybe perhaps it was more than that. Let's
I don't think that that's how that's worded, though. I think he might be misinterpreting that. Maybe I might be wrong. I'm just saying.
let's go back to the search warrant there on the Elantra that was parked in the garage. Remember this, parked in the garage. I don't know. He asked, was anybody else arrested? Howard Bloom mentioned he was suspicious about his son the entire trip. They even argued multiple times. I think these pieces are starting to fall together. And
is anybody catching this? Because I'm not quite understanding what he means. Like how that would, why Brian would ask if anybody else was arrested because of that.
Yeah. I'm a bit.
Am I missing something? Jeff, JC, anybody?
I'm confused too. I don't understand what he's saying.
I mean, with regards to was anybody else arrested? Now we don't know when they busted into the house. I know Brian was in the kitchen apparently,
and his dad was in the house sleeping.
Yeah, so I don't know if yeah, I
that doesn't make any.
I'm sorry, I was only half paying attention. But I mean, how do they know they didn't grab his dad when he went outside to do something, and now they're busting into the house to arrest him? So
what
could he be?
What he's referring to is that statement that was supposedly made where Brian said, "Has anybody else been arrested?"
Right.
And what Dan is saying is that he's basically thinking that I don't know what he's saying. That doesn't make any sense. That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
Well, I know some of the stuff he was touching on was like that is it suspicious that the car is parked in the garage out of view from anyone on the street,
I mean,
those kinds of things.
But what would that have to do with somebody else him asking about somebody else being arrested?
Yeah, I kind of miss what he said about the somebody else being arrested. Early on, I thought I had heard somewhere that those were the exact words that BTK used when he was arrested. But I've researched that and I can't find that anywhere. But I remember early on. Do you remember people saying that? That's like, oh, he's like echoing the words of another serial killer. And
yeah, I went looking for that too and didn't find it.
Catherine when I see her at CrimeCon.
Yeah,
I don't know. Here, I'll play that back real quick, Jeff.
I just want to know.
DNA there. That's not something you want thrown out. And but again, maybe perhaps it was more than that. Let's go back to the search warrant there on the Elantra that was parked in the garage. Remember this, parked in the garage. I don't know. He asked, was anybody else arrested? Howard Bloom mentioned he was suspicious about his son the entire trip. They even argued multiple times.
So why would they take such a long route to be in the same
These
car?
pieces are starting to fall together, and you must be blind if you don't see it. So let's see. They found swabs a Ziploc bag with pennies with a pink zipper. They found seven quarters, plastic baggie with a green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies, gloves, receipts. So that's a lot of dimes, nickels, and quarters, right? You know what do you use dimes, nickels, and quarters for?
The only statement that's ever been clarified, and that was by the Pennsylvania attorney, was that Brian stated, "I cannot wait to be exonerated for this." That was the only statement that was clarified from his PA attorney. The other one was never actually verified to be
Right.
to have been stated, but that one was okay. I even heard the attorney say it. So that's why this doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But okay, I'm just trying to figure out what he was talking about tonight, as compared to what we're talking about. Yeah, if the car was in the garage, I'm gonna say right now, of course that's suspicious. Why would your child park his car in your garage? Yeah, where's your car? You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know how big the
I want to know how
garage
much.
And
is.
how
but-
big is the garage? Is it like a 2-car, 3-car? Just out of
I
curiosity.
don't even know. I can't remember. I think it was a 2-car.
Okay.
And that, yeah, cars belong in the garage. But I get it. You know, I see why somebody would say, "Why didn't he just park in the driveway?" or something like that. I understand what that point is, but still. Anyway, I'll let this play real quick.
That doesn't even make sense.
Is that
What, Terry?
That doesn't even make sense. I mean, why would he think, okay, he's in Pennsylvania. He either knew that they were going to come after him, or they were on his tail, or not. I mean, why is he going to park it in Pennsylvania in the garage? And that's a reason, is to hide his car. How did he know they were on to him?
He had
I
to
think he did. If I think so, because
pull over
I-
to Indiana or wherever.
I don't believe that the 2 Indiana stops were not related to this. I won't ever believe that. I think they absolutely were.
I think too, if they're talking about the Kopaka incident on their drive, like when they got pulled over,
Right.
certainly somewhere along that drive they were talking about the students getting murdered in the house. So, you know.
Yeah.
And two, I vaguely remember, not vaguely, I actually very clearly remember when I was doing stuff with T-Rev on his show, there was a person who called into the show that lived in the Pennsylvania area and said that she thought she saw a white Elantra and was asking, I think, you know, DJ was on the show, asking him, like, do you think I should call it in? And we were like, yes, definitely call. Yeah, anything and everything should be called in.
Yeah.
And I remember I was going through like all the old shows trying to find that woman and that call, and I couldn't find it. But
I think I remember hearing that too back in the way.
But
back.
I think if you're you know, if you think people are looking for your car, they a phone call could come just as far as Albrightsville. Your neighbor can say, hey, I mean, it could mean nothing. If he is innocent, maybe he was like, man, I don't want to like be dealing with people calling about my car because they think it matches. I'm just going to put it in the garage. Could be nothing, but it could be everything.
And that could have been a conversation had between him and his father on the way home. You know,
What are we going to do with my car?
yeah, there's going to be a bunch of people thinking that I did this and blah, 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 because of the car, so on and so forth. But I think at some point they were looking at Brian. Did they ever see? That's one thing I can't remember. Before all this happened, they were looking at Brian at one point, and then they let him go. Did they contact him? Did we remember that? Do you remember hearing that, Jeff?
Did they contact Brian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did they ever contact him, or was it just something that they were thinking on, and then they let the thought go? I can't remember. It's been so long.
I remember them saying something about that, but I don't remember what they
had
what
Brian
they came up with.
Right, they had Brian in their sights back in November. At some point, and they supposedly they looked at the situation, but then said no, it wasn't enough or whatever, and they let it go.
But did they know it was Brian?
That's always been an argument. Did they really know and they just said that, or was it? Yeah, I think it was that. Oh, what the hell is his name? had actually interviewed him. So if that was the case, which I'll still never understand. There it is. Payne interviewed him, right? Thank you, Jeff. We'll look at that here in a second. Welcome back, Alicia. Payne interviewed him. So they had a conversation with him at some point. So that, in my eyes, will tell me that he would have an inkling that they could be looking at him. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we had a conversation, but they let me go. But who's to say they're not going to come back? You know what I mean? So let's hide the car. Blah blah blah. I don't want the whole world thinking I did it. Things like that, maybe. But still.
And then his sister's thinking that he was suspicious.
Well, yeah. Oh yeah, Pebbles. You never heard that? Yeah, they had looked at him once before. At the end of November, I think it was. I can't remember the exact day. And then they just let it go because there wasn't enough information or something didn't match up or something like that. I can't remember exactly. Actually,
I think it was just very brief.
You remember with the Gabby Petito case, how the sister of Brian Laundrie, remember they interviewed her on the front yard with her husband, and you know, I was just talking to somebody about like Brian Koberger's sisters, and like, you know, there's nothing from them in the same manner that, you know. Now I don't know if even Brian Laundrie's sister was coming out to say. I think she did say that he didn't say anything, you know, damning when they were on that camping
trip. She said he never told her, never acted any kind. Yeah, she didn't let on to anything, but I think she knew.
Yeah, I think when you disappear, you go cross country in your girlfriend's van, and then you come back with the van, but not the girlfriend. Yeah, I think she knew something was up.
I think that she did what she did to draw attention away from him for a while so that he could go off and do what he was doing, and they weren't paying attention to that. You know what I mean?
Good call. Yeah, I bet you're right. Yeah.
That's truly what I think happened with that. I think she knew absolutely everything. I think the whole family knew everything.
Yep.
I have a whole theory on that whole situation because of watching his parents, Chris and Roberta, basically walk right up to him when they found him. I know. So, but yeah, I thought you knew that, Pebbles. Yeah, they looked at him in November and let him go and moved on. And then they came back to him again.
But did they ever announce that it was actually him, though?
Not at that point, they didn't. No.
Yeah.
So something had to have happened in the time frame of him leaving Idaho and getting to Pennsylvania. Am I correct? Or why wouldn't they have just arrested him in Idaho?
They didn't have enough information on him at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
So something must
They were
have
waiting.
happened.
They were waiting on the because they had to get the DNA in Pennsylvania, and then they had to wait for the DNA to come back, or they had to go test it and then have it come back.
Yeah, but why? Here's my question with that, JC. If Payne interviewed him in November, why didn't he get a DNA swab from him then?
That's a great question.
They probably were not thinking that at that time. I don't know.
Right, Bobby. Note to self, don't park in my sister's garage next week after I drive from Texas to Alabama, since that would be suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
What do you have? My car. He parked his car in a garage. Oh my.
I mean, I get it. I mean, that's why I said I don't think it's really that suspicious because that's what garages are for.
Well, and it was December. I mean, and it is
that's the other side
Pennsylvania.
of it too. You know, I mean, still at the same time, I can see why he would think that. That's all I'm saying. But that's good, Bobby. I like that.
Yeah, Dago, that video I sent you, like the first 10 seconds of it shows two views of that house, and you can see a good view of the garage. Yeah, it is a 2-car garage. And when the video with the police there from above is one of the garages is closed.
Yep. Hold on.
Do either one of his sisters,
in late December, law enforcement arresting Brian Kober.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, it's a 2-car garage. Hold on, let me back it up just a tinge.
Do the sisters, either one, still live at home?
No,
Okay.
no, neither one lived there, from my understanding. So yeah, there's a car there, and then is this a carport or is this just a underneath a deck? It looks like there might be something underneath there, but his car was in the garage then, so the other car was there. Do they only have one vehicle? So then it wouldn't be suspicious at all if there's only one vehicle that his mom and dad own, and he just pulled in and parked next to him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
And they were observing from the 28th, right? And then they arrested him on the 30th. So I mean, you can observe a lot in a couple days, and I think it may have even been more.
Right. That is a really good video of the house. Yeah, it could have been. I still think they were watching him before that.
I think they said it took like 2 days for the testing or something to come back. I don't know.
They sent the testing back to Idaho. It didn't work, and so then they sent it off to Othram.
Now, don't you think, now you have to be like me and just for a moment, and I think you all are, but there are some that like they can't see law enforcement without putting them in a bad light. But say they're just doing an exceptional job. They're just trying to do a good job. They take the trash. They find the dad's DNA on it. They send it off, and it turns out it's not a match at all. Don't you think there's a possibility they say, look, well, we thought we had the right guy, but this is clearly not. We don't even need to bust in. They don't even need to know we were here. Let's just go home, guys. This trail is exhausted, you know.
Right. No, yeah, I understand.
Because the DNA not matching could have proven this isn't him. But the DNA, it's like, what are the chances that you go all the way across the country and the father's DNA matches the knife sheath 2,500 miles away? It's like, okay, we might be on the right track.
Right. But
it's only 99.99998%.
So you're saying there's a chance. Dago, if there's any other visuals you need, let me know. I haven't done, that's how I started in YouTube, was providing visuals for YouTubers, and I've got a whole hard drive full of stuff.
Absolutely. No,
I don't get to do this as often as I used to, and I kind of.
Well, I don't either. I don't have a lot of my stuff. I got to go find it all. It's buried, but yeah, I appreciate that. Let's see how this. Let me know if you can hear this first.
I have a question.
Okay.
If you were Brian and you were innocent, would you just be, oh my God, this is just crazy. I mean, I know he doesn't really have a choice right now, but wouldn't you be like screaming to the high heavens that,
especially with his background, because like he could help find the actual guy if it's not him. I mean, just like what's his name, the guy it was the dog video that got him, Alec Murdoch. Alec Murdoch, being a lawyer, of course he takes the stand and he's like fighting for his to convince everybody he's innocent because of he knows what's going on in the courtroom. He's like, so does a criminologist that's been arrested for this kind of thing not speak up and say, look, here's the problem, and here is who it must be. It must be, have you considered this? But I don't know, the whole standing silent thing, it's like, that doesn't help your case, I don't think.
I think that was all because they said don't say a word. But that being said, I can't say that I agreed with it, but I don't know. Would that have anything to do with the gag order, Mike? Because the gag was only on the other side of that, I thought. I don't know. I mean, I always took that as Ann said, don't say nothing. We got this. This is how we're going to do this. Don't say a word. I don't know.
And
I always wondered that.
When they did that, I immediately went to Anne either knows that he's guilty or knows they have it in the bag.
Of course. And then again, take that comment that he made in Pennsylvania, that one was verified, that he said, I can't wait to be exonerated for this, of this. And then he stood silent and didn't say a word, never, ever, other than his
Has anyone
defense,
else been arrested?
that he didn't do it. I don't believe that was ever stated for sure. I don't know. It could have been, but we don't know. So,
yeah.
A recent survey showed that every criminal that screamed their innocence were found to be credible and subsequently released with an apology. I've heard about that too, Phil.
But my fear is that he is innocent, and then he becomes. I mean, his life is kind of ruined anyways, but he's found innocent, and then turns around and just sues the crap out of everything.
Yeah.
And he's going to become a very rich man.
He could write books about all this.
Oh, he's already going to be probably in some senses taken care of in that sense, regardless, unless, the death penalty goes through, and that's still going to be, 30 years away.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It is a very curious thing.
And obviously the other fear is, if he's innocent, is that they don't have the right guy. And where is the right guy?
Well, that's the biggest thing. There has never been. That's another thing that has bugged me too, folks. Okay, let's go to Delphi. Real quick. The Delphi case, there was Ron Logan, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, a couple other people. There was Keegan Klein. There was a handful of people that were looked at for this until they got to Richard Allen. There was nobody else talked about, looked at, pointed out, put out to the world to see as a suspect but this kid. Nobody. Okay, I don't know if they looked at anybody else and they just never put it out, but they never talked about it. It was never brought to, everybody else did, but I don't know.
And there's no DNA at the crime scene linking Richard Allen. That's what gets me.
Right.
I
can't. That one I really feel like that was a setup in a lot of ways. But
they have got to appeal that. I cannot convict Richard Allen. I can't.
I get it.
And the very, very little that I know about Keegan Klein is more.
See, that's the other thing too with the standing silent. Sorry to interrupt you, JC, but yeah, and that's a good point too, Bobby. I do agree with you. Bill says that the standing, and I knew this about that when we talked about we had the show about the whole standing silent thing. The accused that remains silent can never ever have his unspoken words used against him. Period. So anything that man said could have been used against him in this. Okay, if he's not speaking one word about it, they can't use that against him. So that's a good point. That's a very good point, Phil, and that was talked about way back when.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I believe they did it, because there was probably so much evidence that they thought they had against him that they said, do not say nothing. Nothing. Let us do this. You just stand there and be quiet, and that's that. But
is that sort of like the Alfred plea?
No. The Alfred plea is different. It's a whole different thing. But okay, Terry. Thank you, hon. Have a good night. I know we're probably gonna be shutting down here at some point. I wanted to have this conversation. I didn't even get to completely cover all the documents, but we'll go back to them. Let me play this through though, real quick. This is interesting to me.
Surprise pre-dawn raid in late December, law enforcement arresting Brian Koberger at his parents' Pennsylvania home, taking the suspect into custody after a 6-week manhunt.
Brian!
Now see that? A 6-week manhunt. They knew where this kid was the whole time. So it wasn't a manhunt. Okay? Now that was probably just their wording, but whatever, shock effect, whatever you want to call it.
In newly unsealed search warrant, we're learning what else authorities took from his family home that morning. Among the items, a flashlight and medical gloves, an assortment of clothing, including a black sweatshirt and black and white Nikes, and a cheek swab, presumably for the suspect's DNA. According to two sources familiar with the investigation, NBC News learned investigators.
And see, that's the other thing. They took a cheek swab. Couldn't he have denied that? Or did they have a warrant to get the DNA swab? That was probably on the warrant, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm unsure about that.
I mean, it said it was on that list. So I never even looked at that point back then. So sorry.
Used forensic genealogy to zero in on Kohlberger, possibly using DNA recovered from a knife sheath found near the body of one of the victims. In a previous search of Kohlberger's apartment in Washington state, investigators also gathered possible hair strands, chemical-resistant gloves, items that had red and brown stains, and a computer tower. In December, Kohlberger had driven home with his father to Pennsylvania from Washington State University, where he was pursuing his PhD in criminal justice. On that trip, the pair were pulled over twice in Indiana weeks before the arrest.
How y'all doing today?
They were driving a white Hyundai Elantra, the same type of car police say was captured on surveillance video near the scene of the murders. Kohlberger's school, less than 10 miles from the University of Idaho, and the off-campus home where 4 students, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Gonzalez, and Maddie Mogan, were found stabbed to death on November 13th. A surviving roommate telling authorities she saw a figure dressed in black in the home that night. Now Kohlberger is awaiting trial on 4 counts of first-degree murder. He has not formally entered a plea, but has said through a former attorney that he believes he will be exonerated. Meanwhile, the community of Moscow, Idaho, is trying to move forward.
I feel better, sort of, knowing that they have the suspect in custody, that there's a chance that this might all be behind us soon enough.
The university announcing the house where the murders happened will be demolished, calling it a healing step and a way to stop efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene.
Okay, well that's good because that's why I played that, because it has that statement through the former attorney that he made that statement. That's the only statement that they claimed out that. So anyway, I don't know, guys. I'm struggling with how the defense is rolling with this, is what I'm saying, because it really, after seeing the new documents and stuff like that, it really looks like, see, in my opinion, this is just my opinion too, and my thoughts on this. If I truly thought this man was innocent, I would use a defense proving that he was innocent, period. And it seems to me that the defense that they're using on this is trying to find an out with this, a loophole, a technicality, or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say?
For sure.
They're not going for, like, here's proof that he didn't do this. Here's the technicality for this and that. They did this illegal. They did that wrong. And I would love to see her use that defense as to prove how he is completely innocent of this. That's all. Which statement are they trying to have thrown out? They're trying to have the it's not the statement, Pebbles. It's the way that the warrants and everything that they used for the Amazon and all that kind of stuff. They're trying to get that tossed. So basically,
Also trying to get the death penalty off the table.
All of that stuff they're trying to do. And at the same time, they're just not, she doesn't seem to be using a defense to show proof that Brian didn't do this. That's what I'm saying. And I've always questioned that. So maybe because, that's what my question is. Is it because she thinks he could have done this? Is it because she thinks that the prosecution has unequivocal evidence?
I think she knows that he did it.
It could be. It could be. And, her job is to make sure that he gets off on this. So, I don't know. But, again, I don't feel comfortable enough believing that he did this yet at this point. Okay, I just don't. I'm still, like I said, I'm 50-50. And the problem is, and I've said this through multiple shows, you guys are probably going to know I said it already, or what I'm going to say already, but the prosecution has still not shown me anything. The things that they've shown is not enough for me, is what I'm saying. The pings, I think that's garbage.
That is garbage.
I don't think that's anything. Nope. The DNA is the only thing that's on that sheath in that house that says that he was there.
He did it. Well, that he was there.
But if there's that
and
little
that's questionable because there's 2 other DNAs on it that
no,
is
no, no. They're
unidentifiable.
not on the sheath. They're just on the. They're at the scene near the bodies. Okay. There were 2
Well,
other.
they need to look at that. I mean, that needs to be identified before I can convict Brian Koberger.
Well, that's never going to
Definitively.
happen. They're never going to be able to do that. They said because there wasn't enough to process who they were. There were 2 other male DNAs found, in the vicinity of the victim's bodies. So
That could be Ethan's.
I think yeah, that's true. It could have
For
been
all we
Ethan.
know.
It could have been Jack's. It could have been any one of the
Yeah.
100 people that was in that house the night before.
Yeah.
That's the problem. And they said that they could not. There was not enough of that DNA for them to process it to find out who it belonged to.
Well, and the other problem that I have is, do they have, and I asked this earlier in chat, I think, but do they have the full cast yet? Or are they ever going to get it? Or does it exist?
I don't even know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Without that, I don't
think they ever had, or
they never, to my knowledge, they got like a sample of it or something, but they never got the full report, and I've never heard anything since. And if you can't put him in the house, then how can you?
I thought, well, the 12 times that he was in that area, yes, but I thought the Wi-Fi thing was debunked, wasn't that? The welcome, Serene, by the way, the drive-by Wi-Fi thing or whatever. I thought they had debunked that. I'm probably wrong, but I can't remember to save my life. I'm getting tired too, so that's probably why my brain's not working right. But
Jeff, what are your thoughts on the cast?
I haven't given a lot of thought to it, but I just feel like when it comes trial time that it's going to be, very much their experts versus the other experts, and they'll battle it out with regards to the data and what it shows.
What did you think?
I do agree with you, Dago, that it seemed to see her trying to Aunt Taylor, see her try to just get rid of everything, get it all thrown out. It just feels like, okay, is that the reaction of somebody that believes their client is fully innocent? I mean, it sounds more like the behavior of somebody that is, you're screwed, dude. The best hope for you is to get all this thrown out and hope that they really screwed some stuff up.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, in the same vein, a lot of people have said, well, the fact that they're still going for the death penalty case, or that they went for it at all, shows their confidence in the case that they have.
That's what has always got me, and kept me from saying that he was innocent because of that. For you to drop a death penalty case says that you have some confidence in something for some reason. To pull that, truly.
I was going to tell you, I sent you a picture and you already got it up.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I just wanted to show, sometimes it's hard to visualize that there is a building. And I was actually wrong. I said it was the longer of the 2 buildings. It's a shorter that's between the house, the murder house, and the Linda Lane camera.
And the Linda Lane cam.
Yeah, here's the house over here. And then the camera was way over here. So there's
100 yards.
There's no way. Yeah. And all we see is that car come around here and go around there. And then that's it. So there's no way, first off, that you'll see anything from here to there. And to hear it, I'll never accept that. So I don't think they're gonna allow a plea, Pebbles. I don't think that they would allow a plea in this. Even though Bill Thompson is known for pleas, a quadruple homicide, I don't think that they would allow a plea in this.
I would hope not.
Otherwise, I don't think they would have put the death penalty out there. That's just, again, an opinion. So I don't know. Any Jeff? JC,
I'd really love to know how much video they have of the car's path of traveling.
Yeah.
Described it as like a Macy's Day Parade where you see Snoopy at 42nd Street, 43rd. I imagine in the same scenario, if you see Snoopy on 43rd Street, but then you don't see another visual of him until 150th Street.
Mm-hmm.
That's problematic a little bit for them, because then it's maybe it's not the same Snoopy. That's a lot of time that we don't have eyes on him. That's a problem, and that's because if they have a good amount of cameras following him all the way to Albertsons, watching him get out of the car, go into Albertsons, now he's on camera at Albertsons. If they've got that whole path, or a good portion of that path, and I know a lot of people will say, well, Ann Taylor asked Payne, and Payne admitted that he didn't have video of the car. Part of me still wonders if Payne doesn't realize this is not the trial. That was a hearing. He doesn't have to spill his guts on everything. And she didn't ask questions about absolutely everything. So there could be some other routes that the car took that he's aware of. She didn't ask about it.
Well, and I will
talk
say
about
that,
it at trial.
Yeah, I will say that some of that testimony from Payne and the other guy, that was a little shady to me. I'll say that. That was just me. Why were they so unprepared for this? Or did they do that on purpose? You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I agree
it might have been that it was on purpose, because there's no advantage to them to go out of their way to help her. I mean, she's out to destroy everything that they've worked on.
Exactly.
So, and is it possible that come trial time, he's going to have all his information in front of him? He's going to be very prepared versus this hearing where maybe he was like working on another case, ran to the hearing to be there in time, got out of there, had to get back to work. So.
Right.
And Ann Taylor knows that if I can get him to look stupid on the stand, at least the public opinion will be behind me, and I'll have the headlines on the newspapers that I want.
Yeah. No, yeah. I can agree. Definitely.
And I have a question, Dago.
Yep.
Is it possible that Chief Fry could go on the stand?
Anybody could go on the stand if they wanted him to. They can subpoena anybody. They could
Do you think
subpoena absolutely anyone.
Do you think that they would subpoena him?
They could. They could subpoena everybody that had any kind of a hand in that whatsoever. I would imagine they probably will subpoena him.
And the first responders, obviously, I'm hoping.
Well, there were none. There was only a couple police officers, but they stopped the first responders as far as EMS goes from being there.
Well, I'm not saying the first responders. I'm saying the first people on the first the first.
Oh, of course. I feel that yes, there's going to be the first officers on scene. Of course, they're going to have testimony.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine thinking that you're going to a house for an unconscious person and walking into that?
No. I mean, I've been on calls where it comes in as one thing and we get there and it's like, holy shit, this is not what we were expecting, but nothing like that.
I feel bad for him. I really do. I truly do.
And I feel like every officer that was on that scene had never ever dealt with something like that ever in their career.
No.
And they probably do have some form of PTSD because I got it from things less than that. So it happens. I do feel bad for them in that aspect, and I think that I got to say this too, guys. I think that could very possibly be partly, and I'm not making excuses for them.
I know what you're going to say.
But partly why some things were botched in the investigation from the beginning.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Because I'll tell you myself, and I know that that's not an excuse because we're supposed to be professionals. But I've been on scenes that I did not expect to be what it was when I arrived there. Just a quick example of coming on scene to a call that was a two-car crash, okay? When you walk up to the car, you're not expecting to see the person's head sitting in their lap and the top of their body, no head. That's shocking. That's something that you're walking up to expecting to see a person, and you know what I'm saying? So something like that will catch you off guard immediately, whether you're a professional or not. I don't care how long you've been doing it, who you are, how good you are, whatever it takes, it's going to throw you off guard.
Oh, no, Dago.
So in a situation like that, you're going to step back and go, wait a minute. Let me catch my breath. Let me figure this out.
Let me gather myself.
Exactly. So walking into the situation they walked into could have thrown them off, of course, of their game. But, then, of course, they recovered themselves and get back to their job. But an initial situation, it could have been a panic moment in some way, and other things were going on that didn't need to be. They didn't have a chance to control that right away. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which is, in a sense, why that scene could have been botched at some point. as much as it was because of that kind of stuff. So that's just an opinion, guys. It doesn't mean that it's, fact or that it's an excuse or any of that. I'm just saying I myself have seen things that I did not expect to walk up to. And I was like, wait a minute, this is not what I was thinking. And I had to turn around and walk away for a minute and come back. Okay. So it's traumatic, especially some of these officers that have been here. Okay. They're on campus a lot. They see these kids a lot. And you walk into that knowing that maybe some of them have seen these kids before. And now they see them like this. Okay. That's going to cause a little bit of emotional damage, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I, in the very beginning when I covered this, I said, there's no excuse. They should have known what they were doing. They screwed up. They, this, that, and everything else. And I sat back and thought one time about like, this is a very small town. This is a quadruple homicide of very young people. Okay. And a lot of these people have kids that are that age too. And to walk into that situation, the mess that was probably in there and the way that it was left, how violent it was and how crazy it was, that's going to make somebody have to take an extra breath. Okay. It's going to throw somebody off their game. They're not going to go in 100% confident at what they're doing. So that I had to tell myself and go, that is a good reason. It's not an excuse and it's not police corruption. It's just like, hold on. What the hell just happened here? Wow. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I got to take a breath. And while they're taking their time or taking their breath to get their themselves together, there's other things going on around them they're not really paying attention to be able to control that shouldn't have happened. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
so,
if it doesn't make you take another breath, then that's what I would question.
Well, if it doesn't make you take a step back or take an extra breath or take you off guard, then it's either that you're a seasoned professional that's been through this multiple times, or there's something wrong with you.
Or just not normal.
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
I don't know Chief Fry, but I did email him once asking about that card that was on his desk, because somebody was trying to kind of claim it looked like a tarot card, and everybody was talking about Odinism. So like the implications were pretty clear what was trying to be applied to Chief Fry. I emailed him about it. He emailed me back and he said, yeah, that is just a Catholic prayer card for police. He said, I can send you a picture of it. And I said, could you send me the front and back? Because, if you send me the front, everybody's going to say, oh, yeah, but what's on the back? And yeah, he sent me, I'll look it up. I should have it still. I can send it to you. All I'm saying is that he seemed like there's no reason for him to even reply to my email.
Of course.
He took the time to reply. He took the time to take an actual photo of the card on the desk, flip it over, and take a second picture and send it to me. And then I think there was one other correspondence I had with them, a question about something else. But, nothing major, nothing. I can't remember what it was.
It's probably one of these. Probably got a picture of either St. Michael or St.
Yeah, I think it was St. Michael, and it was a prayer for police officers.
Yep. Either for protection, 100%. I have one
for
too.
protection. Yeah.
I'm wearing one that I've always worn.
Archangel?
I can find it here real quick.
The angel of protection. I had one that I've worn when I was a firefighter and all for protection that my grandmother had got me back when I first started in the fire service.
Yeah, I'll send you a link to these. I just found them on my hard drive here.
Gotcha. So that's an opinion I have too. Guys, you don't, until you deal with something, see something like this, you can't expect it to be like, well, I'm a cop and I can handle my own and this and that and everything else. You don't know that. You just don't know that. So, yeah, it's the patron saint, Pebbles, right? A car crash, rollover, and fire. 5 deceased at first. 4 reported. 3 brothers and friend. 1 in hospital. Asked about the girl. Everyone said, what girl she wanted? What's that? Wait a minute. Back up. Hold on. What is this that we're reading about, Phil? I know it's a car crash, rollover, and fire. Okay. 5 deceased. At first, 4 reported, 3 brothers and friend, 1 in the hospital. Asked about the girl, and everyone said, what girl? Oh, Jesus, I get it now. Oh, wow. That's horrible. That's horrific.
Yeah. That's sad.
And see, that's what I'm saying. You just don't know what to expect sometimes. You'll get a call because somebody drives by an accident scene and says, I saw 2 cars. I saw somebody sitting in the front seat, I think, and I didn't see the other person. So we get called. That's what we get. And we head out. And when we get there, it's not always what you think it is. Oh, yeah, I see it there. Do I have to download that? No.
Well, Dago, like I went on.
I sent you 4.
Like I went on the search yesterday, or Sunday, or whenever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I told you this, but it was just a vehicle search, and 20 flags to put where we think somebody might hide a body. And Dago, I could have put all 20 of my flags out within a half a mile of each other.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have. I don't know if you have country cruising roads like I in Ohio, like I do in Nebraska. But I mean,
I live on one. Yeah.
There's lots of creeks, lots of bodies of water, lots of abandoned, dilapidated places, lots of
course,
ravines, lots of brush, lots of whatever.
Absolutely.
And I told the guy that. I said I could have put out all my 20 flags in a half a mile if I wanted to.
Swamps and ditches and everything. Yeah, 100%. Thank you, Jeff.
Did you see the back of the card too?
That's what I'm going next to now. I got to pull that up back. I got to.
Yeah, the other 2 extra pictures were just still pictures from interviews with him where you could see it in the background.
Right. Yeah, that's the backside. Hold on.
But I personally thought that was pretty cool of him to,
of course,
to send those.
Yeah, he could have just ignored it or told you to go piss up a rope, but no, he sent it right back to you. Of course. Yeah. That's what it was. That's the backside of that other card, guys. And they're nice to have. They pass them out to all police officers. They pass them out in the fire service and EMS. So they're nice to have.
Yeah, I remember I got kind of accused of trying to make sick the law enforcement on this particular YouTuber for that. I was just trying to get to the. I mean, I'd rather have the truth than just what sounds so fantastic and maybe got that YouTuber clicks and likes and stuff. But
absolutely.
Truth isn't always as interesting.
100%. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. I think I'm gonna have to call it quits here. We're gonna come back to this because there's a lot more to look at still. I just didn't get it all in because again, once these conversations start, Misha Girl, hello. Good to see you tonight. Once these conversations start, they're good conversations and I enjoy it. Everybody was respectful from what I can tell, and that I appreciate. I always enjoy your input, Jeff. You enjoy JC as well, and Terry. 12 gauge. It was a good panel. I was very, very happy with it. So I appreciate you guys very much. But again, like I said, we will be back to it again before the trial comes. I know. And I still want to go through the document. Yeah, I know. Everybody's very, 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 very impatient with this and wants it to be. I want it to be over, way over already. You know what I mean? So, but it is a death penalty case, and I kind of feel that there's been some feet drug a little bit on this now that we have the venue change, this and that. Real quick, I'll ask you, Jeff, what's your thoughts on Judge Hippler now? Do you like him or dislike him, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like that he wants to get things moving. I always picture Judge, unfortunately, as not wanting to step foot off of the starting line. Actually, maybe even prosecution and defense. Rather we just kind of keep this going because it's scary where it goes after we step off the starting line. Judge Hippler has no fear, I don't think, of stepping off the starting line. Let's get this going. I think my take watching Anne, how she behaved in the courtroom, I felt like she was a little timid at first, tested the waters, felt a little confident, said a bunch of things, and kind of what's the expression? Effed around and found out, or something.
I think she was used to what Judge was doing and allowing per se, and that comfort zone there until she met Judge Hippler, and I think I think she might have been shocked a little bit at the
She may
reactions.
have met her match.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
He's
if you
not-
think about it, the whole reason for the change of venue, I thought, was because to get a jury that she wants. But I think she ended up with a judge that she probably doesn't want.
100%. I agree with that
now-
one. I feel that she was a little surprised. I'll say that much. But I think Anna's tough. I think she's strong, and I think she'll be able to adapt to the situation. But it's good because he's no nonsense on either side. Okay. He's not going to put up with the bullshit, the games, the nitpick. He already said it. I'm not going to have anybody back and forth with each other. That he said that immediately, and I was like, "Whoa, okay." So he made his point. Okay, it's about this. We're going to get it done, and we're not doing nothing else. And I will say, I don't think he cares for Alyssa Masses at all. At all. That was pretty evident to me the way he was with her. He cut her off a couple times, and he shut her down like, okay, your time's up, move along. You know what I mean? I was like, whoa.
Right.
I don't think he just doesn't want to hear it.
I think we'll at least get somewhere quicker with this guy.
I think it'll be fair. That's
Yeah.
one thing I'm going to say is I think it's going to be fair on both sides of the fence. It's not going to lean towards the prosecution or the defense. He's going to take it right down the middle, fair as can be. Whoever's unhappy with it, it is what it is, you know?
I like that he's also seems to be up on anything that Anne brings up, any past cases, any situations, you know, because like she could have said to Judge, it's you know, talking about the that they don't have the firing squad facility, you know. I mean, didn't he Hippler right away said, well, I thought I heard that they're working on that, you know.
He was like that with everything,
Yeah.
And Judge would have been like, well, I don't know, you know, like it maybe, I don't know.
Judge, like, is it lunchtime yet? I think it's
Right,
lunch.
let's-
Are
how
we
long
all
is it?
still, Ann, Bill, we getting together for lunch again?
Yeah, 100%. And he was so,
Oh my god.
he was so laid back and so just kind of like, whatever. And I'm like, oh my God, you
I'm
know?
not gonna
I don't
make
mean
a
to be-
decision today.
I don't mean to be disrespectful to Judge, but there were times where I was thinking, like, did you and Ann date at some point? And
A
does she
lot of
have
people
some
think
photos of you? Or
Yeah, a lot of people think that. They've said that they thought that they dated or that he wanted to date her. I mean, things like that. So Bobby says, I think the judge will deny the motions to suppress. I do too. Because he wants to get the case over because he didn't want the case moved to. I agree with that too, Bobby. I do. I think he's irritated with this one a little bit. I truly do. With the fact that it got brought in here. I don't think he wanted it either.
he's kind of
And
like
you
a
know-
mechanic that can tell that whoever was the mechanic before him was just like hitting things with a hammer instead of using an actual wrench and getting looking at, you know, it's
Right.
like, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that Judge wanted it either. I don't think anybody wants to touch this
Nobody
case.
wants it.
Right. I don't think anybody wants to touch this case. Truly and honestly, I don't.
Yeah, because it
and
wasn't Catherine, no, what's her name? Mabut, the coroner. I thought I saw a quote from her that said mostly the murder cases that they had there were quickly solved.
Right.
You know, so this is like, okay, now this one comes along. Not only is it hard to solve, but it's like quadruple.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, nobody there, I'm sure, wants it.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't want nothing to do with this. And you know, Judge is trying to retire. And you know, whichever way the outcome is on this, he's going to get slack from either side of it. If he finds the guy innocent, he's done. And if he finds the guy guilty, he's going to be ran through the mill for other reasons. So, yeah, I just think it's I wouldn't want it either, and I get it, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. But yeah, I think Hippler was a good choice. And
I think the change of venue is a good choice too. I just think it kind of delayed it, but at this point,
I think it shocked Anne a little bit, to be honest with you. There was she kind of had a look on her face at some point, was kind of like, okay, I see where we're going with this. You know what I mean?
Did
But
it feel to you like the whole discussion about the death penalty was a little premature? Like, almost felt like they were political activists for the issue of
I said
death penalty.
I said in the beginning, yeah, that I thought so, but then I was seeing a lot of people that were saying that they have to do this now and get it out of the way because down the road it's going to be a problem. Because I
Mhm.
thought the defense's case on it was very weak. Okay, it almost felt to me like they were reaching for anything they could with this, and the judge was just kind of like, "Yeah, no, no, no." He hadn't answered everything, and I don't. I think he's going to deny all that. I do.
I personally think too, if I was in jail and on the death penalty, that I would rather have the stress of not knowing what my means of execution will be in the future, because maybe they'll come up with something that is super, like put you on a pillow, you have a fuzzy rabbit with you, and then your heart will stop. That's then.
That's what
Rather
I
than
said.
who's like stressing about the either firing squad or chemicals.
Right.
I still don't know why they don't just do death by fentanyl overdose. It seems like that
Well,
happens all over the world.
Yeah, it'd probably be, all you got to do is touch it, but it's something that had to be done. That's something I looked into it too after it was said by a bunch of people and looked it up, but it's protocol. They have to do it that way. But then again, and I said, though, here's the thing. This Brian's going to be, if he's found guilty, he's going to be on death row for 10, 20, 30 possible years. Who knows? By that time, they may get rid of the death penalty. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? It might be completely abolished, period. Then what happens? Then he's just going to sit in prison for the rest of his life. Or they'll come up with something else, or they can come up with some new, take a pill and you're done, or something like that, like you said. So,
I would say to just put him in jail, put him in prison for the rest of his life or whatever, like life in prison without parole. But he's got a long. I mean, he's only 30 years old. Like he's got a ways to go.
but here's the thing, JC. Let's. I thought about that too. What if that's what he wants? What if this is, the guy has no emotion, he's dead inside or something, and it doesn't bother him, okay? And he's just going to sit in there and live his life and tell the whole world, look what I did. And it took you this time to figure it out. Hey, Commercial Zone, good to see you.
He's got quite the fan club, too. Can they send money to him?
Oh, absolutely. They can put money on
Oh,
the
wow. Oh, yeah, he's got it made then.
Yeah, he'll probably...
In a certain sense.
He's probably got people just like that. Do you guys know of the Taylor Parker case?
No.
It sounds familiar, but I can't.
Yeah, she killed the lady and her baby, and she's in jail, and I guess she is just the flirt of the
Is she
jail.
kind of a large woman that was
Um,
following them around the supermarket with a knife? Not that one?
no, I don't think
That's
so.
a different one.
Well, it's no different than Susan Smith.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's basically just a crazy lady. But I guess men put money on her books all the time, and
Yeah.
I mean, she's like the jailhouse flirt. Like it's
Well,
crazy.
think about how it went
jailhouse whore.
with Bundy, Susan Smith,
Mm-hmm.
Gypsy Rose. I mean, there's people that have already proposed to Brian, from my understanding,
Oh my.
and letters that he gets. You know what I mean? People that have said that,
Oh yeah.
when you're found innocent, you can come live with me. I mean, there's crazy people everywhere, is all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. People wait for these things to happen, and then they're automatically attracted to these people.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little crazy to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. But like I said, yes, we will get back to this.
Oh yeah. If you guys don't know about Taylor Parker, look her up.
I'm gonna have
mind
to.
blown.
The name
Absolutely
sounds
mind blown.
familiar, but I can't place it 100%.
You'll know what it is when you look it up.
Yeah, I just texted myself a note to look that up.
I just wrote it down too. So that's gonna do it tonight. First off and foremost, Blue Crew, thank you guys for being in here and hanging with us through this and doing everything you do. You guys are awesome. Of course, again, Jeff and JC and Terry and 12 Gauge and Mom. Thank you guys so much for joining me up here tonight. I really enjoyed the conversation. Everybody that's in chat, I really appreciate your input on this, your comments, your theories, your feelings, your opinions. It all means something to me, and it all makes a difference, guys. And
well,
like I
thank you
said,
for having me, Dago.
anytime, you know that.
Thank you, Dago.
Yes, Jeff, you as well. I always enjoy having you guys both up here.
I'll
And
see you in the morning.
yeah, I will be back in the morning for the morning show. Meatballs in the morning. You can't miss that one, guys. It's always a good time.
Have a good night, Jeff.
We will be
you
back.
too. I'm dropping down too. Good night.
Very
Good night, all.
soon. Take care. Take care. Guys in the chat, again, thank you all very much for joining us tonight. You are so very appreciated. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Guys, don't change nothing because you guys are amazing and you are the reason why I do what I do. Anybody that did donate to the channel, thank God. Or thank you so much. God bless. That's what I was trying to say. It's never, ever expected, but very much appreciated. Have a great night, folks. Good night. God bless, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, is streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every